Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, October the 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. Thank you. Thank you, William. Katie, yeah, to answer your question a lot earlier, I think many of us use Interactive Brokers. So I don't know if that helps you or not, but I've been using them for about 8 years. So guys, ABVC, what can I say? I wish I were still in it. Notice it right here on that initial pop. I thought I'd take a little flyer on it. Got in around $1.45. Sold some just before 2 and sold some just after 2. And it's gone without me, but that's okay. You never know with these things. If you read the press release, I mean, it's 2.2 million in the float. If you read the press release, I mean, obviously it looks awesome when you look at the dollars involved, but what does it really mean? Maybe William can help. But at any rate, it is still huge. The next high on the weekly chart looks like around 580, 508. What a move. Just when you think you've seen it all, and then something like this happens, starting from 83 cents. No clue this was going to happen. I mean, look at the trading of ABVC over the last few weeks. No clue this was going to happen. Yeah, I agree with Alex. I mean, every now and then it happens to me. Maybe, excuse me, maybe once a week, maybe, and for like a brief period of time. And I'm talking seconds. About that, guys. Yeah, we're talking about Interactive Brokers losing a connection. Very rarely, but if it happens, it's only for seconds. All right, guys. Well, that is the obviously that is the stock du jour. There are lots of there's a lot of earnings plays. Meta, of course, released. The initial reaction was pretty robust after hours. Meta. So you see the reaction after hours got all the way up to. Got all the way up to. I'm sorry. Here we are. So this is the after hours reaction to the earnings release for Meta. That purple mauve area right there got up to 316. Look at it now, 290. Now this is sort of out of the order that I have listed, but look at the CMCSA, Comcast. What a drop here for Comcast through the 200-day moving average. Earnings play. So let's take a look at some of these earnings plays. I mean, there are a ton of them. In fact, what I'm going to do right now, there's ALGN, another earnings play. I'm going to sort on the earnings date column in my pre-market actives up. And when you see all these 0.25s or minus 0.25s, they're earnings plays today. They're the ones they're positive as we speak. Look at all the earnings plays on the downside. So there's a line, ALGN. Both Mattel and Hasbro, MAT. So much for Barbie. Thank you, Les. So much for Barbie. Look at Mattel now. I mean, right through the 200-day moving average. And Hasbro, GI Joe, Hasbro, the same thing. So a couple of big toy makers, toy manufacturers, they are down on earnings. Nova is actually up on earnings. NOVA, definitely for a while anyway. I don't trust it. Well, though the market is putting in a nice little pop, I have to admit, it's putting in a nice little pop. I guess some numbers came out. But Nova, of course, it's a basically a solar, and boy, Nova bucking the latest solar trend. which most of the solars have been down. Not that this is, it's a bit of a pop on earnings, and that's about it, though, probably. Ultra. I remember Opera when this was an all-time high. Trading it back here. It was a difficult trader, I found intraday, but at this point, this was an all-time high, 28.68, $11 now. So it had earnings, and it did a little bit of a pop on earnings. I don't know what this 11.20 is here for. It's 11.64. Yeah. No, that's the bid. Anyway, I mean, I suppose if Opera can get through 11.70, it has a little bit of room to 12, but I just have my doubts. It's been in a steady decline. Flex is an earnings play. It's an earnings play on the way up. LEX. Earnings play on the way up after being down, like most of the stocks in the market. And look at this, through the 200-day moving average for Flex, FLEX. Hertz, all-time low now, as in its reincarnation. HTZ, all-time low on earnings. UPS, just sort of picking off names there, guys, of companies that most are aware of. UPS, another one gapping down on earnings. UPS, and Love, Southwest Airlines, LUV, another one gapping down on earnings, but like the market, putting in a bit of a recovery. So again, guys, if you want to see, if I haven't talked about something that you're interested in terms of earnings, if you have my pre-market actives up and my pre-market actives down, just do a sort on the earnings date column and then scroll down until you see the minus 0.25s and the 0.25s. They'll all be in dark blue. It's impossible for me to go over them all. There's another one that you did have down on my list, though, MaxLinear, MXL. And the reason being, I'm just looking for ones that have really gapped also, taking out big areas. Land of the Rising Sun. Look, Takeda Pharmaceutical. Used to see this quite a bit, but anyway, this is an earnings play. Another one that is gapping down on earnings. See anything else that might be interested? PI is gapping a little gap up on earnings. PI. Most of these I'm not paying that much attention to right now, of course, because it's well, first of all, it's pre-market, but it's only 12,000 shares for the PI. But if it gets going, and the market, has some kind of a bit of a recovery, I have some room. $62, $62.50 is the next high. But those are a couple of big ifs. The market putting in a nice bounce here. Will it continue? I just see this Mobileye. Problem I have with it is when you look left on the daily chart, it looks like there's all sorts of stuff happening. So you would have to take out about $37 and then it could really get rolling. Okay, guys, now I'm going to take a look at the upgrades and downgrades. Okay, not too many upgrades. So I see Adobe. I don't know, is Adobe an earnings play also? I see a couple of upgrades for Adobe, ADBE. See, is Adobe an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. Okay. All right. I have to take a look at CNTA. An upgrade by Morgan Stanley. They are putting an $8 price target on it, raising it from 4 to 8. What an awful looking daily chart. Chop, 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 chop. Topping tails, bottoming tails. Awful looking daily chart. But for some reason, Morgan Stanley seems to want to put an upgrade on this one. Thank you, Chris. Okay, thank you. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades. I got the downgrades in now. Interesting. Not that many downgrades either. Maybe they're thinking everything is about as beaten up as it's going to get for a while. Let's take a look at Atlantic Yield, AY. I have a downgrade for them. I want to see if it's near that downgrade price. And the answer is way below. Okay, downgraded to 25. A little bit late, Mr. Raymond James. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. All right, so what I'm going to do now is we'll take a look at the sectors, and I really want to take a look at communications and tech and see where they are with respect to their 200-day moving averages, because there are only three major sectors above. Excuse me. So this is what we're seeing in the pre-market now. So these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for energy, when you see 95% in red, that means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay. And when you take a quick look around, you see tech right now is about 50-50. There was no obvious, I shouldn't say obviously, but there's no strong sector right now to lead, but energy looks weak. But more importantly to me, we know that virtually all of the major sectors are below, but I want to see XLE below the 200-day moving average. I want to see where XLE is now. It should be still well above, but you can see what's happening. Look at this. I mean, there's that 200-day moving average, and you can see the last few days, Even the energy stocks have been drifting down towards it. So there's XL, there's XLE. Wow, MXL is dropping now, guys, on earnings. MXL dropping on earnings. Now, what I want to see, communications and tech have been the only ones above the 200-day for a long time. But you can see, here we go, guys. Look at that rising 200-day moving average, starting to catch up to this price here. Rising 200-day moving average. I mean, so XLC is still above, and then XLK communications probably going to look about the same. Another rising 200-day moving average. So as we speak, there are three major sectors, communications, tech, and energy, still above the 200-day moving average, but you can see that the moving average is starting to catch up. So, Irfan, when you say do we trade gold, are you talking about like GLD or gold futures or I mean, I'm sure there are people in here that I don't personally, I don't trade energy or gold stocks. I just because they're for me they're just too tied into the overall market. But that's just me. But if you're talking about, are you talking about gold? This be like this the gold spider? I'm sure there are some in the room that do, but all right, guys, just give me a moment. So let's see now. VKTX, another one. I guess I can mention another earnings play. Big gap down on earnings now. The next low looking left on the weekly, I think it still has some room. 886. Yeah, so it's got a little bit of room. We're talking 944 right now. 886 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. Well, all eyes on this SPY, guys. I mean, will this pop hold, or will we once we open, will we get some red bars just wiping out these gains? There was a buyout. Yeah, I think you're talking EDR. Yeah, there was a buyout. Didn't mention it. Yeah, there's EDR a buyout. Well, wait a minute. Okay, are trading higher after the company announced a review of strategic alternatives. Okay, now wait a minute. Yeah, here we go. Considers. Yeah, Silver Lake considers take private of Endeavor. Okay. STM is an earnings play, guys. STM is an earnings play. Switzerland. The other one gapping. Well, there's so many stocks that look like this anyway. I mean, they've been selling off over the past month and a half to 2 months. There's another one, TSCO, another earnings play, Tractor Supply Company. Nope, they had some news. ABVC, is it a SPAC? Nope, they had some news. Company announced and entered into a term sheet to license the global rights of its drug at a valuation of 667 million. I mean, that's eye-catching, obviously. Now, how real is it? I don't mean it's fake, but I mean, you know, can they really? Here's a more extensive press release on it. You mean, will they do a financing? Maybe, but right now it's no financing. If I were them, yeah, I try to take advantage. Maybe see if it gets a little higher. I don't think. I mean, no. My pet peeve, of course, are these companies that release financing or announce financings during market hours. Doesn't happen often. I don't. I'm not. If they, I doubt if they're going to do it today. If they do it, pretty good volume. 13 million, 2.2 million in the float. So traded the float about 6 times. The tail continues to move down here, guys. This is an earnings play, MAT earnings play. Yeah, down through the 200-day moving average. Give me one moment, guys. I got a bit of a little cough going here. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys. So Mattel continues on the way down. Let's take a look at Hasbro, HAS, and Matt. A couple of earnings plays, obviously in the same sector. And Hasbro, 45.66 is the next low looking left. 45.66 on the weekly chart for Hasbro, HAS. Jamie, I'm such a terrible self promoter. I never tell people to hit the like button in YouTube. Well, thank you for that. All right, excuse me, CMCSA, Comcast, sitting at $40 now, and the low right there, so it's below that. Next low underneath is around 39.22, so not that far to the next low. All right, guys, so Mattel continues to move down. I know because I can hear it. This is my text to voice and my gap down, and I keep hearing her say, Matt. excuse me, could be coming into a little bit of support around 17. There's a low there at 1726, 1744. So it's kind of at that area. If it can get through 17, 1666 is the next low on the weekly chart. All eyes on this candle right there, guys. The SPY. This is the 9:15, 15-minute candle. Will it turn into will the next one, when the market opens, or will this one turn into a giant red bar and just wipe out all these gains? This ABVC, still kind of hasn't given it up yet. Still hanging in there. Not shortable for me, as I said earlier, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, let's see. Let's have a contest here. Who's going to lose the most today, percentage-wise? So we've got Mattel down at almost, well, 14% now, 14.5%. And we've got Hasbro down at 13.7%. So it's going to be a race to the bottom today, guys. Who's gonna have the biggest percentage drop? Hasbro or Mattel? They're neck and neck. This is still got Hasbro has HAS still has about $1 to the next low looking left on the weekly, but they're just really both really giving it up. 129 million in the float for Hasbro, and let's take a look at Mattel. Way bigger float. So Mattel's getting, it's down 16%, and that's a much bigger float. Well, we'll have them side by side right there, guys, side by side in my thumbnail charts. All right, thank you, William. Yeah, less than a minute to the open. Let's have a great trade today, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. So that should answer your question, Suni. I just don't trade typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. That's not a recommendation for you not to do the same, but I just don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes. So if Metallic just keeps crashing, well, and Hasbro just keeps crashing, so be it. But I'm pretty conservative when it comes to that. I don't try to guess that it's going to keep moving down when the market opens. See too many times where they pop, and then eventually, well, look at this red bar here, guys. All right, we're open. We're now open for business. Well, let's have a great trading day again, everybody. Okay, so I see Hasbro had a little bit of a pop. Mattel had a little bit of a pop. My opinion, well, I don't really have an opinion other than my question is, what's my opinion on MXL? I know it's an earnings play today. I mean, it's an earnings play today. Obviously, it's been in a downtrend, like a lot of stocks, though, since July. But if you're asking me, do I think it's a good company, a bad company, what's going to happen from here? I don't know. But it is an earnings play today. It's a big drop, 23%. All right, I do see that Mattel showed up. The 10-day daily breakdown, 1634. But again, for me, it's just too early. Now, again, with Mattel, you have to look left and see where could it go to before it hits, say, the next low. So it looks like 16, okay? Looks like 16. I'm looking at the weekly chart. 16, right at 16, literally. I'm not saying it's going to stop there, but that is the next low looking left. And it got down to 1620 before it popped up a bit. I mean, and there you go. I mean, look, I'm not saying this happens all the time, but this is a classic reason why I wouldn't want to take it right when the on the open. I tell. I mean, look what it did. I mean, it popped right back up into the 17s, and I don't think there's any mad rush. You just can wait a bit and see. It's going to do one or two things. It's either going to have a nice little recovery, or it's going to stop and then start moving down again. I mean, I doubt if it's just going to stay here all day, but that's exactly the reason why I will not trade in the first 15 minutes. Look at Hasbro. Look at Hasbro, AKS. I mean, the pre-market looked pretty bleak, and look at this. And moving with the market, guys, moving with the market. I mean, not that I think this is totally affected by the market, but at least the market's putting in a green candle to start. Now we have X-ray coming into my 10-day daily breakdown. X-ray, not an earnings play. What, a lot of shorts available also, 11.6 million. I still couldn't take it real. I just cannot take a trade in the first 15 minutes unless it was an all-time low. It's just I just completely trained my brain to work like that. Look at Morgan Stanley. What a little run here for Morgan Stanley. Even MS had earnings a few days ago. Oh, this one's got some room. So this is an earnings play, another bank guy, NYCB. NYCB has got some room. The next low looking left looks like it's about $9 or so. So it's got a little bit of room down to that $9 level. That is for the NYCB. Looks like that's it for ABVC. It's not so much the market even, Suni, okay? And these, I mean, these some of these companies that have bad news or bad earnings or the reaction is bad, they're not so much dependent on the market necessarily. It's just that, I just think, especially if you're new, I think it's, wait 15, you can even wait 30 minutes. Yeah, you're gonna miss the ones that just keep moving in a direction. But I've just seen too many times that stocks, move up, down, up, down, up, down, and that first 15, and you can just drive yourself crazy. I mean, believe me, if I thought I could find an edge to trade, something right up, somebody asked me the other day, well, can't you find something that's going to move, in the direction you want when the market opens? I'd love to be able to say yes. All right. I haven't seen this one. I used to see this one every now and then. This BPMC is an earnings play. I mean, look at this, 45 up to 51. Probably not that much volume. Not bad. 389, 88 times normal. Okay, this is not an earnings play, guys. Not that I can see anyway. This is, I'm sorry, I should always mention the symbol PRTA. PRTA is not an earnings play, but this is a big drop here out of Ireland. Big drop. The only thing I can see is that somebody sold 5,000 shares, some officer. That was yesterday, yeah, last night. But okay. So remember, EDR is a potential buyout. EDR is a potential buyout. All right, guys, Hertz HTZ. Now this is getting interesting. This is an all-time low in its reincarnation when it came back onto Nasdaq from the pinks. Remember Chapter 11, it reorganized, etc. And then they came back onto Nasdaq. So as it's whenever it started, I guess this was back in December. No, wrong. I can't remember when. But anyway, all-time low now. There, Hertz. Hurting. HTZ hurting, guys. So if you looked at this headline, Hertz third quarter tops expectations as revenue hits new quarterly record. Okay. And you would think, man, this stock is going to rip today. And you'd be wrong. All right, guys. So unfortunately, we got this big topping tail now. That first 15-minute SPY candle, big topping tail. Remember what that means? This was a green bar all the way up here. The sellers are stepping in so far, and knocking it down. Why is it not rising? That's why you just can't trust what you read. I mean, I'm not saying it's not fake news or anything like that, but it doesn't matter, That's why I was saying you could see that press release before Hertz actually if you'd been given that press release before Hertz started to trade, I'm sure you would have piled into it. I don't know, maybe they're guiding poorly. I really don't know. All right, guys. I know you're long, William, but I'm looking at a short of Hertz. I'm just waiting to see if it. I'm waiting to see if it holds underneath 9 in a big way. Drive it lower. I hate going against anybody in the room though. So all right, William. Well, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll try to drive it lower for you. So again, the only time I'll take a trade in the first 15 minutes typically is if a stock's at an all-time low. Okay, and I did not take it at 910. Like to wait for that 9 break. Okay, and Hertz, even though I guess technically it's not an all-time low, but it's close enough. It's just that it's as the in its reincarnation it is. This is true, William, but I don't want to. You're trying to you're going long and I'm short. So all I was waiting on was to see how well it held under 9. Okay, that's all and I have to, it's a judgment call for me. And I thought, okay, it popped up to 890, 4 or 5, and then it came back into the low 90s. And I thought, okay, take it. You put your stop at 9. and see what happens. Okay, I've just covered some, guys. I've covered some, and we're on the 865 mark. All right, now this one I did not take. It was not an all-time low, but let's take a look at X-ray now, guys. X-ray, X-ray. All, and I'm sharing all of these scans, okay? So you can bear with me for a while. I'll show you how you can get the scans that I'm looking at. So there's the X-ray, okay? Had an alert at 9:33, too early for me, 30:47. Hasn't really moved too much from there. This is not an earnings play. I'm trying to see if there's any specific news. I don't see any specific news on it. Good volume. It's a big float, 209 million. Looking left, it's certainly below these levels. Looking left on the weekly chart, next low looking left is 30. So pretty close. Okay. So consequently, I'm not that interested in this one right now. I see the cruisers are moving down. RCL is an earnings play. RCL is an earnings play. So RCL is an earnings play, guys, and this let's take a look on the weekly chart. I think CCL also an earnings play. If it's not, it's in sympathy. No, so they had earnings on the 29th, but oh man. Hey Chris, are you in the room? I don't know if you're seeing how these charts for me are just so slow right now. Oh well. Okay, NCL is another one, guys. So the cruiser. So RCL is an earnings play. NCLH. So these are sympathy plays right now to RCL. Yeah, so Matt, the only thing we can do is to do a reset. Keep trying to do the reset and see if that helps. Yeah, I mean it's not every single chart, but okay, guys. Second 15-minute candle, red. No, I know RCL is earnings. I'm just saying CCL and NCLH sort of sympathy plays to the RCL earnings. I just wanted to check to see if I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room to check to see whether or not CCL was also earnings. I know it isn't, but okay, guys. 20 minutes in now, to look a little more closely for things. Pins, PINS. Has earnings coming up on the 30th. Look at this big giant red bar now forming. X-ray continuing down, but I don't like the fact that it's pretty close to 30. And looking left, I do see something at 30 that could stall it from moving down. Okay, let's take a look at Western Union. Let's see, I think if this is an earnings play number one. And the answer is yes, this is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Here's the move area. No big reaction. Market open, moving down through the 200-day moving average. But as always, looking left, look where it got to. It got to right to this low here on the daily chart, and then it stopped. Okay, moving down any further. So to me, there's just not enough clear room for it to keep moving down until it starts hitting these lows on the daily chart. Doesn't mean that these are going to stall it, but it's the way I trade. I won't take the short. I want to see a lot of room. And again, my room, you look left, and I look, if I'm going to short something, I want to see where the next low is first on the daily chart. And if I can't see it on the daily chart, then I'll look on the weekly. And of course, it's just the reverse. If I'm going long, I look left. Where could it stall? I look at the daily chart first. If I can't see it, for instance, if when I say if I can't see it, so if WU were up here, at 1362 on the daily chart, when I look left, I can't see where the next high is. Yes, could I start to scroll, zoom out? I could, but that's when I start looking at the weekly. Look at Mattel. I mean, what a I mean, this is a nice bounce play. Okay, guys. So Hertz is still looking a little bit weak. Still have some left. And again, when I look left, I don't see anything. Now, technically, this is not an all-time low. I get it, but I can't really remember when it started trading as Hertz again. When it came back to Nasdaq. Nasdaq. The U.S. or the Canadian side, Katie? Here's another. My goodness, look at this one. I didn't see this in the pre-market at all. Look at Silicom, SILC. all-time low now. SILC, all-time low on earnings. Lots of shares available, 500,000 at Interactive Brokers. Not a great spread right now, 14.75, 15, but boy, what Israeli stock? What do they do? Uber, underneath that whole number, 41, Uber. Whoa, well, you know what? Western Union did not listen to me. The WU just broke down through 12. Oh, it's actually an AI alert too. From our AI, didn't realize that. You can see the alert at 12:13 to short. I mean, I look at this daily. I mean, it looks like this could stall it, but then again, I thought maybe 12 would stall it. Whew. Well, here's another one, guys. Hog. Is this an earnings play? Yes, Hog is an earnings play. Harley Davidson. Hog is an earnings play, HOG. So take a look at my daily breakouts and down. You see anything that's standing out? Everything is on the breakdown side, nothing on the breakout side. And yeah, well, here we go. So that red bar looks like it's going to wipe out all that nice work the SPY did. By the way, if you're new to the room, welcome. You've never experienced I don't want to call this I don't even know, I hate using terms, but a market that is going down for several weeks. All right, site halted. You said site was halted, SGHT. Yeah, I see the halt now for, on the way down. Yeah. Yeah, Interactive Brokers, actually a lot of shares, 834,000 shares available, all-time low. Obviously, something has hit this. It's not an earnings play. Something has hit this. Some report has come out or something is causing this to drop like it did, SGHT. All right, guys, so it looks like that WU may have found a little bottom here. Looking at the bottom, you can see right there a couple of daily candles right around that area. All right, looks like I'm going to get out of the Hertz. I'm gonna hang on just a little bit more, just in case it has another rock down. HEZ. So AIRE, which is relatively new. Oh, this is this crazy one. This was a direct to market IPO. Well, you know what, guys? This X-ray just looks so darn weak. X-ray. Ugh, the market. My goodness, what a sell-off now. Is LC an earnings play? Yes, LC is an earnings play, all-time low. Basically an all-time low, LC. There might be a low somewhere way back, but you can see position in lifetime range is like 0.3% in red. So that means it's basically at an all-time low, LC. And it is an earnings play also. Jeez, look at this crazy AIRE. No volume. Oh man, no volume at all. Wow. Well, Western Union, WWU, just made another new low. It may not, all these little areas may not stall it. So I guess take a longer view on this. 1159 on the weekly chart is the next low. I'm not in this one. Yeah, tough to find any sort of bounces right now, guys. Not with the market doing this. Mentioning DoorDash, Dash, not an earnings play, just moving down like virtually everything in the market. I mean, you might want to take a look at ARM. I don't know. I mean, it's still hanging around 50. IPO price was 51. It's trying to have a little bit of a pop, but come on, buyers, step in. Look at that bottoming tail now on the this red this candle here, the 50 10 o'clock 15-minute candle. All right, guys, TAC on the way down here. TAC, TAK is an earnings play. Huge float. 3 billion in the float. That's a big move with 3 billion in the float, 7.7%. Well, okay, if Uber is moving like this, what's Lyft doing? LYFT, take a look at Lyft to see if it's following the downward path? And the answer is yes. It's got some room on the weekly anyway, down to about, again, when I say this, I'm not saying it's getting there. 836 is the next low looking left on the weekly, I believe. Yeah, well, 836, sorry, 936 is the actual next low on the weekly. If it takes that out, then the next low is 836, a dollar down. All right, hog. Earnings play continuing to move down. Had an alert at 2666. It popped up a bit, but it is now continuing to move down, it looks like. Monthly chart for hog. So on a monthly chart, the next low looking left is 2421. So it's got some room over $2 to the next low on the monthly chart. Excuse me, for hog. Well, WU is, boy, continuing to move down. Well, let's take a look on the monthly chart. I mean, it's the same as the next low on the weekly, 1151 or so. Nice alert from our AI at 1213 to short, continuing down here. Oh, you guys are talking about sitting out the first half. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys. Hog, HOG, hog. Earnings play, it looks, to me, it looks good. I'm not telling anybody else to do it, but there's your alert at 2666. It popped up a bit and now it's starting to come down and the market's not helping. So newbie, you're back. I remember you from a few months ago. So one moment, please. Right back, guys. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I am now back. Hog, guys. Hog, hog, hog. HOG. Now, hog again has some room. What did I say again on that monthly chart? Down. I'm not saying it's getting down to 2410, okay, but that's what I see. That's the next low, and I think I have to actually take a look at the weekly. I think when I looked at the weekly, I couldn't see. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I could back this out, scroll back, but if I can't see anything on the weekly, then that's when I turn to the monthly. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, well, I'm looking here, trading at 474% of historical volume. So that just, to me, that just means it's the volume percent filter. And I think historical volume, Chris might know, we always say it's either 10 or 14 days on average. Okay. The AI does not suggest anything on hog. It's not an AI alert. It's me. No, not when I say me. It's just from my scan here. Hog right there. Okay. Nothing. It's nothing to do with the AI. Well, the AI doesn't work like that, newbie though. Okay, AI is just it's like AI is just a bunch of strategies that get optimized in the evening, and then the strategies that make the cut are presented. So it's not like saying, okay, what does the AI think about an individual stock? There is one of the strategies that made the cut is these seem to make the cut every day, the breakdown short and the breakdown long. But for whatever reason, even though hog looks like, I mean, obviously a breakdown short, it's not meeting some filter requirements. So that's why it's not showing up. I don't know what the filters are in that breakdown short, but obviously it's not meeting the filter requirements. But who cares? Just take mine and you can trade along that. Okay, guys, getting close to that whole number for me on the HOG hog. Okay, I've taken some more off here, guys, in case I cannot get through that 26 level. But when I do this, I'm just going to stick a price alert underneath 26 and see if it takes it out. All right, MBIO, a cheap one, guys. Mustang Bio. Low float, 5.4 million in the float. Gets FDA acceptance of IND application. Okay. Which stands for right there, investigational new drug application. So, Trox is an earnings play, I believe. TROX is an earnings play. Yes, it is. Actually, one of the few that are moving higher. But might be, well, it's got a little bit of room to 12, but again, I'm reluctant to go long anything. I mean, this is looking good. I mean, it is an earnings play, Trox. We're chasing it now, though. I'd much rather, if I'm going to, I don't like to chase it all, but I'd rather chase something short than long. Boy, this has been a really good one from RAI, guys. This is Western Union. Now, here's your key level. All right, take out 26. Thank you. Let's see if it's got any more gas on the way down here. I have to bring back my monthly chart. Yeah, so 24.21 is the next low on the monthly chart. Again, not saying it's getting there. I haven't been able to look at normal option activity at all. Interesting. This would have thought maybe this Western Union would show up here, and it's not because the option volume is only basically normal. It's just 110%, so 1.1 times the average over the last 10 days. I'm surprised. All right, for some reason I have a price alert for TDoc. I think I put this in yesterday. No, newbie. The AI just has a bunch of strategies, okay, that get optimized in the evening and then are presented to you. The strategies are presented to you the next day. Has no idea what stocks are going to meet the requirements. It's like saying, I don't know tomorrow what stocks are going to meet these filter requirements in the momentum scan. Okay, so I've got this scan. So tomorrow before the market opens, this is blank. We wait for, I wait to see. I have no idea tomorrow what stocks are going to meet these filter requirements. The same thing with the AI. The AI has these strategies that get optimized, they're presented to you, and then you just wait for the alerts to happen. It's not looking at it has no idea what stocks are going to meet your requirements until the market opens. Okay, that makes sense. So it's not working on any specific stock. It works on a strategy, and then you wait to see what stocks met the filter requirements and the whatever the trigger was, whatever the alert was. Okay, does that make sense? Yes, no, makes sense. No, yes. Well, okay, okay. Here's how it works. In the morning, before you, if you have the AI, you basically just load this window called Strategy Trades All. Okay, premium, right there, premium AI strategy trades window. That one. If you now you'll notice that the earliest alert is 9:40. You just wait for the AI doesn't know what stock is going to meet the requirements in the breakdown short. It happened to be today that WU met the requirement. Okay, all the filter values were met, and I don't know what the trigger is. Might be a new low for the day. I don't really know what the trigger is. But this stock and PRTA also. But you don't. So I mean that's it. I mean that's you don't have to overcomplicate. When I say to you, I mean don't overcomplicate it. Just wait for the alerts to happen. If you like the alert, you trade it. If you don't, you don't. But ahead of time, the AI does not know what stocks are going. Again, just like I'm trying to explain here, tomorrow I can't tell you what stocks are going to meet these filter requirements tomorrow. Okay, I have no idea. Okay. Now, again, how you trade, there's no guide on now, okay, you get this alert, this is what you should do. That's where you have to have some trading, experience. I mean, I guess the good thing about it is that there's nothing for you to do. You don't have to alter anything. You just wait for the alerts to happen. You don't have to do anything. Just wait for the alerts to happen. And when saw that alert for WU, I didn't really like it. I thought it would stall, maybe at around the 12 level and then just underneath the 12 level. Obviously, I was wrong, but that's okay. That's just the way I trade. SRRK, I saw somebody was talking about this one a little bit earlier. SRRK, not an earnings play. It's like another one of those education stocks. And I'm wrong. It's a bio. You'd never know by the name. Scholar Rock. I just assumed this would be an education stock, but it is not. It looks like it's a bio. Okay, guys. So the only thing I got still is the Hog HOG. Just watching it to see. I know it popped above 26 briefly, came right back down below 26. WDC. So you're saying WDC and MU news? Obviously, whatever the MU news was. Scrapping memory merger talks. So that's for WDC. And did that affect MU? Must have affected it. I just don't know the direction. Yeah, so WDC and so mu came right into the 200-day moving average. 64.07, $64 is the 200-day moving average. And so far it has bounced off it. Well, not exactly when the market opens. The earliest alert will be 9:40. Okay, the earliest newbie. Okay, you see, the earliest one today was 9:41. Doesn't mean there will be one at 9:40. Okay, but that's the earliest that you'll get an alert out of the AI. It doesn't mean, again, it doesn't mean that you'll get one at 9:40 because, again, all the filter requirements have to be met. If they're not met at 9:40, which is the earliest you can get an alert, then you will not get an alert until some days, I mean, it could be later, maybe 10 o'clock, 10:30. I actually think I was talking to Michael yesterday, and he knows more about this than I do. I think, excuse me, that let me just take a look at WU. I mean, it's going to be obvious probably. Let me change this to oops. Hmm. No, it isn't. I don't know what the trigger is then. I thought he said it was a break of the opening 10-minute range, but you can see it isn't because the low of the 10-minute range is 1197. And that's why I thought maybe the delay, that's why it had to break the opening 10-minute range before you got an alert with other filters, of course. But I guess that's not the case. Anyway, you know what? It really, really doesn't matter. It's just that what matters is when you get an alert, you want to trade it. And again, I'm not just talking to you, newbie, anybody who's listening to me. It looks like a bounce. It's unbelievable. But look at Mattel here. Actually, come on, green bar. Look at Mattel here, guys. I mean, there's the high of the day is 1818. I mean, this takes this out. It's an earnings play, and this looks actually pretty good if it takes out 1818. Maybe give it up to 1822. See, I'll put a price alert right up there. Ooh, looks like I should still be in the Hertz short. Well, there's Mattel, guys. No, I think you're. Look at Mattel, guys. Okay, Mattel on the move here, guys. I think you're. I think you're mixing it up a little bit. If you're talking about the smart stop that you see in our chart? No, you cannot choose AI to get, I don't know where you thought that, that could happen, but look at Mattel, guys, MAT. This is interesting. Go, Mattel, go. Listen, I mean, there was talk a long time ago, okay, that kind of doing what you're talking about, newbie, to be able to put in a symbol and have it maybe give a suggestion using some AI logic, but that was a long time ago. Nothing has happened. Be nice, good idea, but I have no idea what it would take. WDC, so obviously on a bounce, Shady was talking about this one, I guess on a bounce, or maybe not. On a short? No, long, 18, it's 38.35. So, and well, this is very appropriate, guys. If you've been here in the room long enough, you know that for my breakdown, this is a sound alert. This is a sound alert that I use. If I go to properties, actions, you see it says pig. So so what it is I'm hearing oink oink oink. So I think it's pretty appropriate that I'm short hog with that sound. Wow. This is just again, I keep saying I have to reminding myself where that next low is. Still has some room. Next low is 24.21. So I mean it still has room in theory. All day short so far. So far. There's been one, I just have my phobia about taking stuff out at a whole number. Otherwise, I would not have taken anything out. Wow. Okay, guys, I'm going to talk about a few things right now. It is now 10:34. So first of all, again, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, live on the mic and sharing my screen. So if you ever thought about perhaps wanting to take a subscription to Trade Ideas, well, you're kind of in luck if you can wait just a bit. If you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. And let me get rid of some of this stuff here. If I was doing yesterday. Okay. So this is the test drive link. So on November 6th, fast approaching, the test drive starts. It'll run from November 6th to the 20th. That is 10 trading days. Okay. It will cost you $11.11 for those 10 trading days. If you sign up now, what you're doing is you are pre-registering. So please do not harass our support people and say, hey, I just signed up. Where's my data? The test drive does not start until November 6th. So please read that. and that is a fixed 10-day period. So if you can only start on November 7th, as an example, you'll get 9 days. Okay, that's the way it works. It runs from the 6th to the 20th. It'll cost you $11.11. Now, if you're signing up because you want to look at auto trading, don't do it. No auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading. Okay. I've got an error coming into into YouTube, guys. I have to figure out how to get rid of that. Just give me, I can't post. I'll keep doing this and then I'll figure out in our YouTube room how to fix that. So again, so it'll cost you $11.11. Now you'll actually have access to the program. Give it about an hour after the market closes on the Friday before, which is November 3rd. So what you can do then is you can take a look at trade ideas Friday evening and of course Saturday and Sunday. You have to be somewhat prepared. Don't just come in on Monday morning without any knowledge about what trade idea is. It's amazing how many emails we get, and even people in the room. What does this program do? Okay, I mean, I'm going to show you where you can go. Spend 30 minutes, nice little primer about what trade ideas is all about. Okay, and you can actually look at that before you sign up. You might look at that and go, well, you know what, it's not for me, and that's fine. Once the test drive is over, it's over. Okay, nothing for you to do. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay, so if you can afford $11.11 and you'd like to try us out, go for it. You'll have access to the full premium service, except no auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading. And I want to repeat that because it's, I mean, if you're in the room and you're listening to me and then you still sign up and then you get upset because there's no auto trading, I don't have an answer for you. 10 times, no, no, no auto trading. Okay, guys, now I got to try to fix YouTube here. Fixing YouTube meaning I can't post right now. So, all right, why does that happen? Just give me a moment, guys. Actually, have I lost everybody in YouTube? Anybody in YouTube? Can you actually post something in the chat section to let me know that you can still at least hear me and see the screen if you're in YouTube? Okay, so Pepe, okay, so all right. So I have to figure out how to post. I'm gonna have to, I keep saying to myself, I gotta write this down. Bonjour, bonjour. Okay, yeah, okay, guys. I see that you can still hear me and see my screen. My problem is I cannot post. So okay. How do I remember? I can't remember how to do it. Yeah, no, thanks, guys. I understand. You guys can hear me. You can see me in YouTube. My problem is, well, you can see, I cannot post. I get an error when I try to type anything in. And I know there's a fix, which this time I promised myself, I will promise myself I will write it down because it happens every now and then. What I don't want to do, you see, is just restart everything. Let me see if that's it. You might be right. So I'll get rid of the chat section on my end. All right, guys, give me a moment. I think I've done it right. All right. Yeah, I don't think I don't even know what I did. This was trial and error. I think I'm in. I think I'm back in. Oh, you guys can still see me. Yeah, but it didn't. I'll try it again. I think I'm back in though. So you guys can still see me or see the screen. You can hear me, and now I can post. Well, this is what I wanted to post was a test drive link. Okay. Okay, guys, next up, my homepage where all the information of my scans and other information is there. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Not that. So if you can't wait and you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay. Now, this is what I was saying. If you're going to take the test drive or if you're going to take out a subscription right now, do the get started. Do yourself a favor. At least spend 30 minutes. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login. I wouldn't even look at dock layout. Okay, I'd forget that. I mean, I don't know why they put it in here, to be honest. Something that most of our subscribers probably don't do, but it's nothing that I would worry about right off the bat. But introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows, and our charts. Okay. So that'll take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 videos. A little less if you forget about the dock layout. Now, if you're new to trading, Trading 101. This is a free series of videos that I think if you're new to trading, you should be looking at, okay? It starts off as basic as you can get. What is a stock? That's the first video. You don't have to look at all the videos, of course. I think there are about 38 or 39 of them. But again, if you're new to trading, a great place to start. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, it is free. Mine is free, of course, but the trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. There was no trade this week. Steve suggested to stay in cash. The education section right here. This is our user guide. Again, if you're going to take the test drive, there's the getting started. I would probably, you want a little more detail about what an alert window is or what a top list window is, the T window. You might want to look at stock racing. And I would really look at price alerts, how to create a price alert on a chart. Everything else, I mean, look, it's a software program. You don't have to know everything or learn everything, okay? So don't feel that, oh my gosh, how am I going to learn all that? You don't have to. Think about any other software program that you bought. Microsoft Word. Did you go through the manual from pages 1 to whatever the last page is? Of course not. Okay, you just picked out the sections that were of interest to you, and that's it. Mattel, guys, MAT. And a little bit of a pullback. I got a little worried, but it is starting to move. Okay, so again, in the education section, here's the Getting Started series again. Now, daily support sessions. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over from me. Now, normally it would be Steve Gomez today, but he's on vacation. So Chris, thank you, Chris. Chris is going to step in and do double duty this week. Chris's normal day is on Monday, but he's going to also take over on today. So he'll be there. He'll be there between 12 and 1 Eastern time when I do take my break. Before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Chris. Now, all I ask, if you decide at some point in time in the future you are going to take out a subscription, just use my promo code. Okay, you can either save my homepage link or come back into the room, use the promo code. Why? It really helps the room. It'll help to keep the room free. We want to keep this room free. The way to do it is for, if you do take out a subscription, use my promo code. It's that simple. Okay. Now, again, if you click on my homepage link and now you're looking for my scans, scroll down a little bit, that middle section, here are the scans that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. These are the ones, these are the gappers, okay, up and down. So you'll notice that when I open the room at 9 o'clock, usually I've already pasted the ones that have moved up or down. I could have had a lot more today. You know, we're in earnings season and there's a ton of earnings plays. Hog was even on my list, you know. So all of a sudden it was discovered. I'll show you where. Pulse resumes is here. Excuse me. Here is the momentum scan over here. Momo. This is the abnormal option activities. Well, even Mattel showing up here. I'll explain what the abnormal option activity is all about. And then here is, and look, you know, still nothing on the breakout on the upside, but this is where I'm using this and my option scan are my two go-to scans. Okay, if I could only have a couple of scans, Trade Ideas says, you know what, you can only have a couple of scans. This is all I'd use. And there's where I saw the hog. So to have those scans, now I have broken them up into the individual windows as opposed to what we call a dock window. So you can pick and choose what you want. Some of you don't want to short, and that's fine. You're missing out, of course, but if you don't want to short, then you know you won't want the 10-day daily breakdown. The DR just stands for don't repeat. So what this allows me to do is I can click on an alert. And so if I click on hog, there was the first alert, 2666 at 9:56 Eastern time. I can click on it and say, it'll show up on the chart. I'll say, well, what did it do from there? Obviously it did very well because I'm trying to short it. Okay. And you can ask me questions, excuse me, you can ask me questions all day long. Do not be shy. This is why I'm here and why in between 12 and 1, the other traders take over for me. You can ask them questions. How about that Mattel, guys? That turned out to be an awesome bounce. It was just a matter of putting a price alert right around here at that 1818 mark. And that's, you know, that's why I was saying, use price alerts. I mean, I use them all the time. I mean, look, I would never, you don't have to then stare at a chart to see if what you want to happen happens. You just put a price alert. Okay, and then you forget about it. And this is how easy it is. If I want to put a price alert for Mattel, say at that high of the day right now, So I just move my pointer and you'll see there's a dotted line that should follow me around. Here we are. And then I just right click, create the price alert. If I've eyeballed it correct, well, if that's where I want it at 1861, then I just say save or click on save. Or of course I could put the, if I wanted it 1860, I could just change the price. I typically do not put a note in when I'm looking at intraday alerts. I'll just save it. Okay. If I want to put a price alert just underneath to see if it starts to pull back, I just create the price alert now at 1846. So I've basically bracketed it now. Now what'll happen is if it hits one of those two prices, my price alert window will pop up on my screen. Okay, so I cannot miss it. Just like that. Okay, it's like clockwork. So see, so what you do is the best use of it, in my opinion, is to minimize the price alerts window. You don't have to have it taking up any screen space. And when you minimize it, when you do get an alert, it'll pop up on your screen. I mean, it's super simple. I sort on the trigger time column, so I'll always see the last one right at the top. I can put a sound alert using the actions. I can put a sound alert because I have a wireless headset. So sometimes if I wander away from my computer, and I hear that sound. I know, the whole idea of a sound alert is to put a unique sound on each window. So when you hear that sound, then you'll know which window to look at. And of course, I know the sound for this window. Go market go. Go market go. Nice. Well, that woo was great alert from our AI. 12:13 now, 11:43, and pretty. Not a lot of gyration. In other words, you don't see a big giant green candle that would have whipped you out of your trade. I mean, that's what we're really looking for. Something that is sort of orderly. I mean, you do have some bottoming tails there. Could have taken some profit and then it moved up, but you're looking for some like a nice trend in the direction that you want it to go. Okay, guys, I'm all out of my Mattel Long. It looks like it's going to struggle to get through 1850. And remember, I mean, it's an earnings play and it's still beaten down. So it's interesting that Hasbro did not pop with Mattel. They're both earnings plays, obviously exactly the same sector. No, WDC. So I guess you're not long anymore. WDC just absolutely getting hammered here now. Okay, now just a little brief description about what Trade It is all about if you're new. So, as I said, I'm sharing a lot of scans. So if you loaded this scan that I call Momo Momentum, and you want to know, well, what is it looking for? So if you right click, and this is basically for all of our scans, our top lists, or our scans, or alert windows. If I right click, configure, summary, this is going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So in this particular scan, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $100. Current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. It's time sensitive. So approximately 11 a.m. Eastern time. What it does is, and this is not an exact definition, but it's good enough. what did it do on average over the last 10 days up to 11 o'clock in volume? So today it's doing 3 times that. Okay. And this gives it the momentum. 1,000% of normal, the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. And in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. And normal, again, is sort of an average over, again, I don't know what the time period is. Doesn't really matter. It's obvious that this is a momentum, volume lift. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Now, there are many programs out there that do this. Many, many, many. Doing this, meaning this is the screening aspect. Okay. We are excellent at combining the screening aspect and then giving you a real-time alert. Now, this is what I'm using. We have a lot of different real-time alerts, but I just like to see stocks near the making new highs of the day or new lows of the day. But I'll show you that there are many, many other types of alerts you can use. So if you like this scan the way it is, great. But of course, if you didn't like that price range, you can make a change. You didn't like something else, you can make a change. I left click on that icon. I get to all the filters that I'm using and the values. So if I change it to 10 and 100, see now it's changed to 10 and 100. Once you get used to using trade ideas, you may see a filter that you like and want to add, or maybe you take one out that you don't care about. It's up to you. Now, some of you, I happen to be what's called a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. You may not like that, but what you might like though, if you're especially if you're a day trader, intraday trader, the whole idea of my scans is to show stocks that are acting abnormally. I don't want to get into anything that's not acting abnormally. Usually volume wise, and also I use this one, option activity, the abnormal option activity. I don't trade options, but what I'm looking for as another way to show me stocks that are trading abnormally is checking out their option volume. Is it abnormal? So if we look at Mattel, MAT, as an example, so it's trading right now. I mean, it's going to increase, of course, as the day goes on. 18,851 contracts, total puts and calls. Okay. That represents 510% of normal, 5.1 ratio. What is normal? Now, in this particular scan, the minimum number of contracts has to be 500, and the minimum normality has to be at least 150% of normal, 1.5 times normal. Okay, so obviously Mattel met both of those requirements, and there are other filters in place here, but now this allows me to sort of combine, because the relative volume filter is in here also. This allows me to combine not just abnormal volume, but abnormal option volume to really zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay, I don't trade options. So again, if there are any questions, you can ask me questions. Now, if you don't like this sort of style in terms of seeing stocks that are at the high or the low of the day, you can still use something like this. You might look at this BPMC as an example. Okay, and if you were more of a pullback trader, okay, you thought, well, you know what? I'm glad we've identified this as something that's trading abnormally. Look at the option volume though; it's not trading nor hardly trades options at all. But look at the volume though, 18 times normal. So it doesn't mean it's not that I won't trade something. But look at Hog. I don't think Hog even showed up. Yeah, I mean, now Hog will show up in this scan if it makes a new low for the day. But this will have to get down because that's the trigger, 25.52. Because It's only now that it's 166%. So when it was moving down like this, the option volume wasn't super abnormal. It's now at 166%, 1.6 times normal. The number of contracts is fine, but the trigger is a new low for the day. So you may not see it in here. But what I was trying to say, getting back to what I was trying to say, if you look at this BPMC and you thought, well, I don't want to chase it, but if it pulled back maybe to the VWAP, 51.73, there's about a dollar to go. Or maybe you've got a moving average that you like. Maybe it pulls back to that moving average, and that's when you want to take the trade or see what it does at the VWAP or that moving average. So the whole idea, though, is that if you're going to intraday trade, you should be only intraday trading things that are trading abnormally. You don't want to trade something that's hardly trading. So you can also at least just identify for you those types of stocks. So BPMC, it's pulling back. Maybe it pulls all the way back to the VWAP 51.73, and it stalls there and it pops, or maybe it goes right down through it. All right, guys. So SLM is showing up here. Let's see if SLM is an earnings play. Yeah, it is an earnings play, minus 0.25. Just a word about that. That's how we categorize. Well, I'm sharing this. I am sharing this. It's not on my homepage, but these are the earnings plays, guys, today that are meeting my filter requirements. If I right click on this, configure, just want to show you. So we do have an earnings date filter. So this is what I do. I put minus 0.25 in the min, 0.25 in the max. Minus 0.25 means they release earnings after hours yesterday. 0.25 means they release earnings this morning before the market opened. Those are the earnings plays as far as I'm concerned. Okay, that's what I want to find. I want to find the earnings plays. So that's the use of that filter. So that's why I see these in here. And the way I've sorted this, so there's ALSN as an example, okay? And you can see in the position in range, this is the day's range. It's at the high. So even though it is still down for the day, it's down 6% from yesterday's close. It is at the high of the day today. So this is an interesting, the way I've got this color coded, it might be an interesting thing to look at PPC. So the way it's color coded is that ALSN is still down for the day because I see this in orange. That means it's still down for the day, but it's trying to recover. Okay, it's at the high of the day. Contrast that to PPC. I think is that Pilgrim's Pride. PPC, which is still up for the day, 2%, but you can see that it's near the low of the day. I mean, there's the low. So you can kind of use this to find stocks that maybe are, they're still up, but they're pulling back. Or maybe they're down, but they're pulling up. There's Mattel, great example. Mattel is still down a lot, still down 8%, but it's near the high of the day. The high of the day is right up here. I'm not in it anymore, is 1862. So you can tell whether the stock is right at the high or approaching it. If you can see a little sliver of white there, if you can see on this on this, that means it's not quite at the high of the day. And then you can just see CVBF just is at the high of the day because you don't see any white in this position in day range filter or yeah, filter. And VCR, you can just see a little bit of white here. Now you don't. That means it's at the low of the day. And VCR, low of the day. See right there, low of the day. Earnings play. So if you want this one, it's not on my homepage. This is what's on my homepage. This is more of a, this is what we call a compare count window, and it's a crawl. So every time you see something down here, CYH means CYH. Well, when we had the alert, just made a new high. There's the Mattel. Wow, there's the Mattel. See how the Mattel popped right back up? I'm not in it anymore. Great recovery. So again, this is a crawl. This is a typical like ticker tape. And so OII, this is an earnings play. And it just made a new low. Okay, these are all the real-time alerts. So you have your choice. I'm actually looking at both. This is the top list version of this. This is more like an alert window. So, again, I'm sharing a lot of scans. There are a lot of scans up here. If you click on new from our toolbar, and click on dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. And we have scans in here that you can take a look at. Excuse me. But of course, if you did want to build your own scan from scratch, of course you can. So this time when I right click on the momentum scan, click on configure. Instead of clicking on summary this time, I'll click on search. So here are all the real-time alerts that we have. Right at the very top, the two most popular, the new high and the new low of the day. But if I scroll down, these are all real-time alerts that we have. And these are the filters that we have. And again, don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. The only reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scan. So they tried to create enough different real-time alerts and filters that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? So again, don't get hung up on how many we have. If you're going to take this test drive, don't think, oh my gosh, I've got to learn every single one of those alerts and filters. Of course not. Yeah, I saw your statement about getting incorrect option data. I have no, I don't know. I can't answer that question. I know we had an issue a while back, but you know what? If you've got an issue and you can and you're 100% sure that you're going to another site that you have confidence that that option data is correct and ours isn't. Again, I hate to say it, but just support at trade-ideas.com and indicate to our developers that that is what's going on. Did UDR come up? Let's take a look. I don't think so. This is the only one so far today. But I can tell you, okay, so UDR would have shown up. I mean, look, yeah, I mean, it's trading an incredible number of options. What does this do? 118,000. That doesn't make sense unless. But the reason it's not showing up here is because the relative volume is 2, and it has to be at least 3. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. 172,000%. I have no answer for that, okay, Phoenix, I'm sorry. I mean, is somebody is that correct? 118,000 contracts? Well, Chris, if you're listening, yeah, this seems totally out of whack. I have no answer for it, okay? I just well, Phoenix is, above you, okay? So we've got this option volume for UDR at 118,000 contracts, which again, it seems incredibly high, but the option volume today percent 172,000%, okay? Which means, which seems totally out of whack. I don't know if you want to take a screenshot of that and Jira it. I don't know. I don't know if that's the only one. And he's posting a bunch. I know we've had problems in the past sometimes with our option data. I have no answer for it, of course. Hey, Fred. Okay, guys. So the only thing I'm still in is the hog. It's still it was testing 26 a couple of times, but here we go again, guys. Big red bar now wiping out all that good work. So we're in another real choppy day, but I got to say, we've, at least some of the stuff that I've been following, we've got a decent trend. Yeah, by stupid, if you mean this, there's no question. I mean, it's all over the place, but I've been just fortunate, to find the hog. Well, fast morning. So I see RCL now, guys. RCL looks like it is trying to come back a bit. You counter to the market. Wow, look at RCL. Wow, RCL never going to come back. It went positive. What a crazy day this was for RCL. This is an earnings play, and you can see, a lot of chop in the pre-market. It was up, and then when the market opened, it just started to move way down, and it's come all the way back. So not, I thought this was just one that was making a new high for the day, but still down for the day, but not even close. So my guess at CCL, which is a lot cheaper, probably doing the same thing. Yeah, so it's on an earnings play today, but it's probably gonna well, it is piggybacking RCL, and my other guess is that NCLH, the other big cruiser, is probably doing the same thing. But boy, with what the market is doing right now, well, I'd be looking at maybe shorting. Yeah, hard for me to look at this thing, this AIRE, but it's showing up, of course, on this. Look at the volume, 34,000 shares. It's one of those direct to market IPOs, but there is zero support. I mean, nobody's trading it. I just hope nobody gets roped in at this 150 level. But look at the spread. I mean, it's nonsense. 61.75 basically. Now, EDR breakout. Now, this is a potential buyout merger. So just recognize that that's why EDR kind of flatline like this. So this is your news, okay? Okay, well, Silver considers take private of Endeavor. So this is Endeavor. I think Silver Lake might be a private company. So this is actually the only one so far on the 10-day daily breakout, 21.89. But I mean, I'm just not this again. It's too wrapped up in a rumor about a potential buyout merger. Ooh, boy, oh boy, you know what? This hog might show up really soon in the abnormal auction activity. All it has to do is to get down to 25.52, and then you'll see it up here more than likely. So this is it, guys. These are the alerts. Again, as I said earlier, if I weren't moderating a room, this is all I'd be looking at. Okay, the 10-day daily breakout, the down, and the abnormal option activity. And I'd be looking at my earnings also. But we're in earnings season. Next week we have about, I think, 800 companies releasing earnings. When earnings season dries up, I'll retire this window. There'll be nothing to look at, and then I'll just be looking at these two. I have the momentum up there because sometimes I'm not getting too many new alerts in the option activity or the breakouts. So to keep the room flowing, I want to see some of the momentum scan or momentum alerts too. But if I were new to trading, the whole secret of it is try to get some focus. Okay, don't be jumping around don't have 10 alert windows, 20 top list windows like I had when I first started with Trade Ideas as a customer back in 2010. You really have to narrow it down, narrow your focus. Don't worry about missing things. You'll hear every now, well, you'll see in the room and you'll think, wow, how come I didn't see that in my scan? You know what? You just have to deal with it. I mean, it happens to me all day long. I see things that people are posting and saying, well, I missed that one. And I check, well, didn't meet one of my filter requirements. So the common question is then, well, why don't you change one of your filter requirements so you can see that one? And you're right, that one would I would see it, but I might see 20 others I don't want to see. Have I had much experience with it? Like, that's a news halt, a T12 halt? Is that a news halt? There, oops, I thought it was, no, there's TAC though. So when you say experience, what do you mean by that exactly? I mean, all you can do is wait for the for the information. I mean, if you're in it, you can't do anything about it, of course. Yeah, well, you can't do anything about it. What stock are you talking about, Ray? What's the symbol? Oh, that's the yeah, that's the SPAC. Yeah, well, when you if you ask me, have I mean, there's no real experience. I mean, you're in it. If you're in it, you just have to wait for the announcement. I don't know if you can go to their website or somewhere. I mean, they basically said that we are merging. We've decided on who we're going to merge with to take public. Other than that, nothing really. So I don't know how to answer a question like that. Do I have had any experience? I can't remember being in a stock that was like halted like this, but there's really nothing you can do. Are you actually in it, Ray? Or you're just curious? Well, this is also a nice one from our AI guys. I mean, another nice one from our AI on the short side, NXT. There's the alert, 3864. So a couple of nice ones with the Western Union, WU, and the NXT. And the NXT is showed up on my option scanner. Just the color coding is like this, okay? If it's in brown, a suggestion to short. If it's in light blue, a suggestion to go long. Notice I say suggestion. Remember what the program is called? It's called Trade Ideas. Doesn't mean, at least for me, when I get an alert, doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. Boy, look at this one. This what a drop for this one. This CLMT. Didn't see it in the pre-market. Didn't have any. In fact, it doesn't really didn't trade after hours. Didn't trade in the pre-market. So no clue this was going to happen. Now looking left, what I see is potentially some support, around the 12 level. So I won't take it. Now I've been wrong, in these. Now there's no right or wrong. I mean, it's just what I see. All I do is look left. I mean, it doesn't mean that it's absolutely stalled there. I mean, if it got through 1190, the next low looking left is 838 on the monthly chart. So why don't I do this? Create a price alert right around 1190. Right click, create a price alert, and see if it takes it out. So you'll see a blue line on my chart. If it hits that price, then it'll turn green, and my price alert window will pop up on my screen. Hey guys, you might want to take a look at Hasbro, HAS. It really hasn't popped like Mattel, hasn't come back like Mattel has, but yeah. So see, look at the difference between Hasbro and Mattel. When I was looking at Mattel, the high of the day was right up here. Okay, and when I look at Hasbro, it still has to. If I'm going to trade it the same sort of way, it would have to take out the high, and that's way up here. So it doesn't become as attract. It was never as attractive as Mattel for this potential bounce for me. All right, guys, I'm anticipating to show up on the abnormal option scanner any second now. All right, guys, Uber looks like it wants to go down again here. Had to pop up with the market, but the market is doing well. The market is still undecided. Look at this topping tail, bottoming tail. The market is still kind of undecided. So Uber looks like it's trading with the market. So I can't really. I mean, Arvin, all I can say for my, I mean, I've been using Interactive Brokers for 7 or 8 years now. I really like it. It's not pretty. There's the hog, guys. See, it had to take out the low of the day. I have no experience at all with Alpaca. I know that's a new company that we're now hooking up with in terms of, I guess, with Brokerage Plus, E-Trade. So is that the reason you're asking? Because Alpaca, E-Trade, and Interactive Brokers were all hooked up. You can use Brokerage Plus. Is that the reason you're asking? Yeah, I mean, if you're looking, I mean, I have no experience with Alpaca. I don't know what their shorts are like. Interactive Brokers, you know, probably probably has more shorts than E-Trade and Alpaca. If that's not of interest to you, then but I don't know. I can't make any recommendation one way or the other because I've only had Interactive Brokers. If you short a lot, Chris, are you still in the room? And I don't know if you've had any experience with Alpaca. I know not maybe as trading, but what is your reputation about having shorts? I don't know if Chris is still in the room, but E-Trade does not have as good a reputation as, say, Interactive Brokers. That does not mean, that E-Trade So correct. So when you say that, Alpaca, I'm sorry, Chris, does Alpaca have a reputation for having shorts also? Now, the other thing is that, Interactive Brokers is not free. I mean, if that's important to you, Interactive Brokers, in order to use it with Brokers Plus, you need their, I don't know what they call it, their pro platform. You cannot use their light platform that is commission free if that's important to you. Okay, you'll have to you'll be paying half a cent a share. But if that's not important to you, regarding short, because I think IB definitely has better. I'm surprised you only say a bit regarding E Trade and IB. You may be right. No, I know you'll be using Trade Ideas, Arvin, but if you want to trade using this Brokers Plus window and you wanted to use IB, Interactive Brokers, you will pay a commission, half a cent a share. We're not charging it, but Interactive Brokers will. Okay. E-Trade is free. And is Alpaca free? I don't even know. I don't know if Alpaca is a free broker also. Now, I say free with a tongue in cheek because I'm still not. I may be wrong, but I mean, it's all about getting the good fills too. Terrible trader. I remember you. This is somebody in the YouTube room. Yeah, no, you are eligible. Anybody who took the test drive before, you can still do it again. Okay, that's the question, really. We don't have a limitation on that. So here's the test drive link if you want to sign up. Yeti, I would keep hammering. I've asked that question. I don't understand why we cannot. It depends. Sometimes what the question is, why do we have foreign language in our news? Okay, now this is not overwhelming, but some of them, you'll see German, Swiss. Well, I should say Swiss. You'll see German, English, French, Polish. You'll see all sorts of different languages. And I've asked, they're aware. I don't know why it's hard to pick it up or to have some kind of a, in this particular one, it's okay, but I do know what you're talking about. Some it's just English, but some, yeah, it's a mix of all languages. So Chris, there's another one. I know we've asked that question. Out of my hands. Gee, that was all my fault. Yeah. Well, no, I pointed it out to them a while back. I saw the same thing. I don't know how long ago. It's maybe a month or even two. It never used to be like that. The question is, Chris, is why in some of our news, we're getting, we get English, French, German, Polish mixed into the news feed. Not every stock, of course, but never used to be like that. But I asked that question a while back. So look at this one, for MSP. I don't know what this looks, maybe German, but sometimes it's even worse. I don't know what this language this is. So you can see right here, if you look at SLM, I know that's Spanish. I know that's Spanish. This looks like it could be, I don't know, Polish or something, German, or not German, but maybe Russian. I don't know. So I'm looking at SLM. Okay, so it's a bug. So they are looking into it. I guess it's just not high priority because they've known about it for months. Never used to happen. Hmm. Okay, guys, out of the hog. Got down to 25.44. It did show up in the option scanner, but really late, because it had to take out that. Come on. So out of the hog now. Yeah. So newbie, you've been here before. So real, I should have copied and pasted that, but real made, I mean, it's, I don't know if it's obvious. Trade Ideas is a tool, okay? It is not going to teach you how to trade. Trade Ideas does not teach you how to trade. As I try to say, the program is called Trade Ideas, okay? So when I get an alert, doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade. And that's why you have to have some kind of a trading plan of some sort. So taking the test drive, what I would do if you have no idea about how to trade, I'll be honest, the test drive isn't going to help very much. It'll show you what you can do with Trade Ideas, but you have to have some idea about how to trade. Okay. You have to put work into it. I mean, there's no shortcut to trading. Trading is not easy. There's no shortcut. Well, and of course, the problem with PJ, when and find out the trade setup you like the most, and when you're new, you have no idea. And that's why we have a simulator, that you can practice trading. I've been talking about my style, which is a momentum style of trading, but understand, I don't tell anybody in this room what to buy, when to get out. I'll indicate what I like, and and I'll say, okay, I'm in this one. Doesn't mean that you should take the trade. And a lot of people will not like the way I trade or the style because they don't want to take trades that are near the highs of the day. And I understand that. But understand, I also don't chase. I'm not like just because this is making a new high. My ideal situation in something like this would be, okay, here you're at a high, maybe base for a while, okay, and then pop up to a new high of the day. I'm not chasing something like this. And we've got other lots of great traders in the room. You can see what they're looking at, what they're talking about, and that might appeal to you way more than what I talk about, and that's fine. So again, with the simulator, you can practice trading, and I cannot emphasize enough, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. I mean, to use our simulator, you need our standard service. You have to be using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, unfortunately, it's not available. And you just click on New from the toolbar and Brokerage Plus, and then this loads this window. You may have different column headers than I do. And what you'll probably see when you load it, it'll say not connected. And all you have to do is click on Sim underneath Brokerage Plus for simulation, paper trading. Click on Sim, and that'll change to simulator. Now, if it doesn't, if it says account, all depends on the version of trade ideas you are using. Click on it, and then this will pop up, and just click on trading simulating default. Now you're in the simulator. Now our simulator uses our real-time data. Okay. So you don't even need a broker. If you're so undecided about who your broker is going to be, doesn't matter. It uses our real-time data, and now you can practice trading. And you can practice different styles. You absolutely can compare trading to gambling if you look at it this way. I mean, anybody who's ever played blackjack before, even if you're not a professional card counter, if you've played enough, you have an intuition about when the cards are kind of in your favor, when you should start varying your bet, perhaps. Okay. And so you're trying to, so your bet is adjusted as you see maybe the cards being a little more in your favor. So it is still gambling, but you're trying to play the odds, that the odds are a little more in your favor. Doesn't mean it's going to work. Okay. So that's all I try to do. I try to put the odds in my favor when I take a trade. And the way I do it really is by looking left. I mean, you keep hearing me say, look left, look left, look left. Because if I'm going to take a trade, either on the long side or the short side, I'll always keep looking left. So if I want to go long something, I'll look left on the daily chart and see, where is that next high? Where could it stall? And it doesn't mean it's going to stall there, and it doesn't mean it's going to get there. But I try to take chart resistance as one reason why a stock won't keep going in the direction that I want, out of the equation. I mean, there are a whole mess of other reasons why a stock won't keep moving in the direction that you want, even if it's got room. Okay, but I just take that out of the equation. That's why you'll hear me say all the time, I won't take that trade, even though I get an alert, because when I look left, what I see is a potential resistance area, and it can't move enough for me to make for the trade to make sense based on where I put a stop. Because remember, every trade I take, I'll have a stop. Where I get out, even though I think the trade might work. Of course, it doesn't necessarily have to work. And so I have a price where I'm going to get out, and that price is usually determined by what I see on a chart. where I think there's a support area. And if it broke down through that area, I want to be out of the trade. And so, to try to keep the math easy, if I got into a trade, if I got an alert and the price was at $10 and I look left and I see that the next high was say 10:30. So that's 30 cents away. Okay. So then I think, okay, if I took this trade though, where am I going to get out of the trade if it's not working? And if I looked on the chart and I'm just trying to make the math easy. Let's say I looked on the chart and at 10 cents below at 9.90, there seemed to be a pretty good support area. A lot of action, okay, on the 15-minute chart, say that, and it looked like a pretty good support area. So that if it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade. So if I took that trade at 10, my stop would be 10 cents away. I want to get out of the trade if it moves 10 cents below. And if I look left and I have a reasonable expectation of it moving 30 cents, then it becomes a candidate for me to trade. I risk 10 cents to make 30. Okay. And my minimum going into a trade, my minimum would be risking, you know, 10 cents to make 20. No, real got all over me. I still want to say a 1 for 2, risking, you know, whatever it is, 10 cents to make 20 cents, risking 20 cents to make 40 cents, 60 cents to make $1.20. So you understand, it's just a ratio. So if I don't see that good risk reward, I won't take the trade. And I don't take very many trades a day. I mean, I have a very, my checklist is such that everything's got to be checked before I'll enter the possibility of taking the trade. Now, a lot of things are already checked. So in other words, I'm never going to see a price range outside where I want to trade. It'll have a minimum volume, maybe a minimum relative volume. That's because in the scans that I create, I'm just not going to see things that I would never want to trade. But then when I get the alert, that's when the work starts. Does it have room? Where am I going to put my stop? And if I put my stop there, does it have enough room to run to make the risk reward sensible? Okay, guys. So I'll be taking a break soon. Chris is going to be taking over for me. He's been in the room intermittently all day, and he'll take over for me. Not in the main room. He'll take over for me in our YouTube room. Actually, I mean, Chris, I suppose there's no reason if you wanted to take over in the main room also. I guess there's no reason why you can't. Well, look at that Mattel now. Not in it anymore. Now look at this. Now this one is really interesting to me. Okay, the SILC. Big downturn, little bit of an uptick here in that green candle, but you can kind of see it's an earnings play. It's an all-time low. You can kind of see All right, guys. So talking about this SILC before I take my break, I mean, this is what I look at. All-time low, always attractive to me because there's no support obviously on the chart. I mean, there's no area in the chart you can say, well, I guess that could be a support area. So that makes it super attractive to me. And then, the low here was what, 1375, and the low here was 1379. If it takes out 14 again, it gets down to that low, I could get it really rolling again. This green candle right there could be a momentary pause in that downward trend. So I just put an alert there, price alert. Now the problem is I'll be taking my break. So, but that doesn't mean, so if I mean that's the way I trade. It doesn't have to be the way you would look at things. I mean the volume is I mean it's not huge volume, but the volume, relative volume, is huge. Now, the only other issue, as I see it right now, is that the spread is not great. 1390, 1414. That's not great, but if it ever tightened up and it got down to 1375. So, Chris, I don't know if you can hear me. This is another one that's showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown, guys. RTO. Probably an earnings play, not an earnings play. Okay. I have no idea what all this means. You know what? I'm going to keep it simple for Chris. Okay. I am, I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm not on a break. It's over for me in YouTube. Okay, Chris. Now, I was going to say, I mean, in theory, you could take over the main room also, but I don't want you to. I don't want you to do that if you don't want to. So I'll just. Do you have auto trade yet? What do you mean by that, WN Russell, in our YouTube room? Okay, if you want to, if you want to, you can. I guess you have to do the screen sharing in both rooms. Okay, guys, give me a moment. There's something beeping in the household here. Let me know when you, no, Steve is not going to be. It'll be Chris. Steve is on vacation. Trevor. Chris will be taking over momentarily. There he is.
All right, so I'm set up here with StreamYard. I'm going to swap the screen in StreamYard first, and then let me make sure I can remember what I'm doing in the main room.
Yeah, you don't have to, Chris, of course.
I don't mind.
Okay.
All right, let's see. Do you have audio in the main room?
Now, the issue I have is that you seem to have an echo.
Hold on. Do I have an echo now?
Yes.
Hmm.
Keep talking.
I muted myself in the main room.
Yeah,
don't
no,
have YouTube.
well, you've got an echo on my end anyway.
I don't know if anybody else in the main room can, no echo
No, you
here.
might not, but I think the echo might be in YouTube. Can somebody in YouTube, if it's only me, then that's fine. No, I don't think there's an echo in the main room, but can somebody in YouTube? Not me. I'm not echoing. I'm not echoing. Okay, but Chris, keep talking. Okay.
What would you like me to talk about? The weather? We're having a lovely stretch here.
Okay, guys. So Chris just talked. If he doesn't have an echo, then fine. He's echoing on my end. But if you're
Do
not
you
getting an
have
echo,
volume in the main room?
okay,
That's probably why.
okay,
All right,
okay.
so
I'm
let's
gonna
see.
get out of here. Put myself on mute. Okay.
And you
Thanks,
should
Chris.
have, you got it. And it should be eyes on my screen in the main room. Barry, you might have to stop sharing if you're still here in the main room. Oh, nope, there it goes. Nope, looks like it swapped to me. Nope, I don't want to record. All right. Okay, I think we're good to go. All right, everybody. So as per usual, I don't have anything specific content-wise to go over with you. Do my best to keep it entertained. And for those of you in the main room that don't want to listen to me, I understand. I won't be offended if you mute. I just want to pop out the questions panel from the main room. If I can do that. All right. I'm going to do it like this instead. Sorry, I just want to make sure I keep an eye on everything on both sides here the best that I can. So, all right. If you have questions and you're in the main room, just throw them in the general market talk for me, please, so I don't have to swap back and forth between too many tabs here. Sorry, just still kind of moving screens around right now. There we go. That's much better. So, all right, we're still pulling back. We're selling off in the SPY here. The other indexes as well, of course. Bring up the Qs or obviously the IWM, which has been the laggard for quite some time now. Seeing the same thing across the board everywhere. Just an interesting year. I can't help but keep going back to, I believe this was the best start to the first half of a year of the NASDAQ ever, if I'm not mistaken. Someone correct me if I am. I'm fairly confident in that statement. And then we've gone on to do absolutely nothing, right? So anyways, it's an is what it is thing. It's the market we have. Certainly not the market I want. While sideways is a trend, it's an ugly trend. I just keep thinking of the saying, if they don't scare you out, they'll wear you out. And this is exactly that kind of market to just really chop you into pieces here. So outside of that, I was in the main room listening. I wasn't in YouTube as much, but hear when Barry's answering there. So mostly whatever Barry was talking about were some of the things I looked at, probably not everything. I didn't really look at Mattel much. I know he was talking about that a bunch. And just nothing really standing out to me at the moment. That SRRK, I was watching that here. Wanted to take it on a 10 break, but it's just not, it's not got that volume behind it when it's busted over 10. That little bit of resistance overhead. But, looking at it on a weekly chart and the picture-in-picture weekly chart, there's some room on it if it decides to get going. Christine, believe me, as someone that took a few years to have any sort of positive traction in the market, I understand. I understand very much. There's nothing wrong with that. Listen, stepping back for a while and saying, you know what, I can't find an edge right now. Let me be an observer. Let me be a note taker for a little bit. Now, it's something that I never really did, and I probably should have several times. I'm one of those people that will come back and keep licking the 9-volt battery for punishment, basically. So nothing wrong with taking a break. Many times I thought it was time for me to throw in the towel, but I always also think of the statement, how many people threw in the towel right before it happened. So can't help but think of that as well. So nothing wrong with the break at all. Anyways, yeah, so SRRK. And again, anybody with questions anywhere, please fire those in for me here. I surmise you all rather drive the, as I always say, I'd rather have you folks drive the content. One, likely you're going to ask a question that someone else has, or a question that someone has something similar, or it gets them thinking in another way. And two, selfishly, when you folks ask questions, generally, if I have the answers, it gets me thinking and makes me better at what I do. That whole community vibe that, I think is done very well here between both sides of the trading room. So, looking at this SRRK, looking at back at the beginning of the year here, got a high of, let's see, 1004 on that, topping shadow there. Let's see what it was a high on this day back here. 1005, 1035 on this day here. So, if we could get a little volume behind it, I try not to consider myself a permabull, but I just can't help but see things on a side where I want to try to take a shot at them. So this SRRK, sorry, trying to get my drawing tool here. It's a kind of rounded bottom that's happening here. I just want to illustrate it with the drawing tool. This is what I mean here. That look right here. If we could get through this level up here, there's room. That's obviously a big if. You also got to look at these big topping and bottoming shadows all over the place here. So it's schizo stock for sure. Definitely a schizo stock. Started last year, August test drive. Everyone said you'll be good at this if you are learning to trade this market. That market is easy compared to this. Yeah. First off, it's never easy, number one. Number two, just use the SPY as the benchmark in the market. Not always the best benchmark, I know that, but look, this year, let me get rid of that picture chart like that. SRRK setting off a price alert. So if we go back to here on that chart there, that's October of last year, and that's that big CPI print that came out and made a nice move and a pullback and a nice move, right? And so there's a low and a higher low and a pullback that was a slightly higher low and a move up and a consolidation before a real nice move up. So there was a decently defined trend that went on there to the upside. Obviously, here's where we topped out, middle end of the summer, before we started, chopping to the downside again. And one of the things that I conclude, or what I see from this, is once we got past this first pullback, the uptrends were a bit more friendly, let's say, or less choppy than these downtrends have been, where, we're getting all these signals here, reading candles. So for example, we got this bearish engulfing that happened back here and everybody got so bullish and that's it. We're headed back down to 400 or below. And we get this bottoming shadow here and the buyers have stepped in to save that market. And then, another day in a row where the sellers tried to come in, they couldn't do it. And we held that 440 and we got back up over here and we passed 450 again. It's time. We're ready to go. We're ready to go. And then, no, we weren't. Oh, wait, yes, we are. And then, no, we weren't. And then we get this, nice big green candle here that looks like it could be a real nice reversal candle on this pullback. And, it just hasn't been. And so, from my perspective, it's just been a little more choppy. And that's what makes this so difficult here. And like I said, there's no way to predict when anything's going to change. And you never really know a trend until hindsight, in theory, or until it's well defined. But, like I said, may not hurt to take a pause for the cause. Sorry, trying to zoom back out on the SPY chart. It's giving me a hard time here. So there's SRRK again. Set off another price alert for me here and could not get back by it again. So like I said, just chop, 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 chop. I was looking at this VKTX here. Set off this price alert again for me. Just looking at this possible gap fill here. But again, $10 could be tough. No market on the side, on our side whatsoever. So make of that what you will, but keep an eye on it, you know. It's an earnings play. They reported post-market yesterday. Obviously a negative reaction on the gap down, trying to recover now. What else? What else do we have to go over here? You know, we did this on Monday, at least for those that always pop over to the YouTube side of things. So, you know, usually I run down some sectors and stuff, but we did do that Monday. I don't think we got a whole lot of change since then. You know, just to show by position and range again here on the year. Now that is interesting. Gold taking the lead from position and range on the year here, and that's quite a move that gold has made off this bottom back at the beginning of the month. I see a lot of people through Twitter beating the drum for gold over and over again. I'll spare you all my gold rant. You know, some headwinds here to get above all this here. It's going to be tough. And I look at this here with gold, aside from what I just drew there, this area, I'm kind of drawing a line on now. Just want to make it more visible. That area is going to be tough too, around, well, not around 180, let's call it. Tough to hold. We popped over it, you know, look how many times and can't hold it, right? You know, popped over it, came under it, popped over it, ran up into it, over it a couple of times here again, and here, and here. I don't know. So is it, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is the 11th time the charm? Never really heard of that before. But interestingly enough, gold is now taking the lead on position and range for the year, followed by oil. Just seen us pull back off its recent run up. Your communications, again, really breaking down actually recently, because this is one of the bright spots, I'd say, you know, trying to hold this area in consolidation here. It's really kind of broken down the last 2 days now. You know, the more I look at a lot of this stuff, the more bearish the tea leaves look, for whatever that's worth. Again, every time you get leaning one way in this market, it punches you in the mouth the other way. It's interesting. And uranium here, the top out here is it's setting back up to assault that. So let's see, back to 2021. That's the next high after this level going back here. What's that? When in 2022. So 2020, you know, April 2022, we got rejected off those levels in uranium. So you got to go back to November of 2021, find levels above that uranium. What else? Semiconductors, I'd imagine, started to break down also. Yeah, starting to really break down here as well in semiconductors. So, you know, again, just tough to find a bright spot in this. I always like to note, I just saw this now. Whenever my races start showing stuff like this here, inverse ETFs all the way up the line here, basically. Sitting on your hands unless you're playing short is probably the way to go. IWM is green. Someone called the market police. What the heck? IWM was a good amount into the green today. Interestingly enough. I mean, it's just a mess of a daily chart, though. Interesting screenshot shared there. Fed gets hawkish on the TLT monthly. Very interesting. Sorry, just hopping on a chat. Someone on a hotspot having a connection issue here.
WBUY.
I know you like to. I know you like to do that. All right. Okie dokie. So, anyways, IWM, huh? Back here, is that below pre-COVID highs now? Draw a line. Sometimes I can't tell when I'm looking back without a line. Yep, below pre-COVID highs again. Well, that's a pretty big deal, I'd say, going back below that. However, look, we did it here, we pop back up. We did it here, we pop back up. We banged into it here, right? And as the CMT text says, the more touches of a line, the more significant. I always like that saying, from failed moves come fast moves. So, it failed to break the line here several times. Or failed to hold this line several times. So is that a fast move that way? Or would someone consider it failed to break the line this way? And is it a fast move back that way? I'll make no argument to either side. I'm just going to note that that's where it is. I will not disagree with that statement, Larry. I will not disagree with that statement at all. You got to wonder, how many people out there trading today and managing money today have literally never seen an environment with interest rates above, let's say 1% or 2%, right? I don't care what anybody says, that's a big deal. Whether that big deal equals what we see or not, that's another discussion. But the fact that you have an entire generation of traders and money managers, fund managers, whatever, that have never seen an interest rate environment or a hiking environment, pretty significant. I have a race with only one stock in it. Oh, it's a play on Barry's 10-day daily breakout. That's why. So that's the only stock that meets the top list. I'm guessing that's behind this. Let's see. Open the top list. There you go. And it ain't even on here anymore now. So the top list behind it. And if you want to see the configuration of that here, what I did, I tried to keep it as true to what Barry's done as I could. So let's see. Stock's got to be from 2 to 35 bucks, relative volume of 5, traded 500,000 shares on the day. Got to be up 0.4% from today's open and got to be 100% above the low of the 10-day range. And I'm sorting on the biggest change from the close on that. So that's what's going on in that race there. But I'm guessing that this stock was on there, on that top list, jumped into the race, and the race has held it on since that moment there. So that's how I do that. So let's see. Feels like we are near capitulation. I don't know about capitulation. It's weird, after seeing something like this happen, it's like, what's capitulation? Even when we did this here, I just never felt like there was panic. I just felt like it was fairly orderly. But then, it's tough after seeing something like that, after trading something like that. That was a pretty wild couple of months. Let's see what Rio's talking about. SCHW. That's Schwab, no? Or my retirement is. Oof. Yeah. So Real in the main room was saying 5-minute double top here. And that sure does look like it. I'm ready to break down. Heading right for the VWAP and the whole number. And making some solid moves on it now. Oh, yeah. And we're starting to get a real breakdown on the SPY too now. So we ask ourselves, what's next, right? What's the next big line in the sand for this? So there's that 420 line. And we are without a question broken below that now, right? So what's that next line? One of the things I always do is I just go to the bottom of the current candle, right? And see how that lines up with anything. And, looks more like 400 really. Now I will say, I think we messed around this 415 level quite a bit. Let's see if my chart will respond well here. My charts respond slow. I have so much software open right now. Infecting my charts big time. So like this 415 level, trying to get up and bust through here, we really kind of spent a week or two playing around in that area before shooting up through that 420 and up over 460 and the pullback now. So we're below that 415 regardless anyway. So, very likely that 410 and 400 are next. So like I said, I was watching this VKTX and it's just, $10 on it. I knew that was not going to be something that's likely to give up easily. But I mean, look, if it could get above it, get a candle or two, a 5-minute candle or two above it, and it doesn't leave me behind, I may take a stab at it. I got this area here where consolidated, so somewhere in there would be a stop. And so, I'm looking at, riding it up to the gap, through the gap, looking at, 20 cents maybe or so to 60 cents. I'm highly unlikely to take it. I'm grasping at straws here, sitting on my hands. I just noticed here I hadn't looked at Holly all day. Doing some work from the short side here. And NXT. That was actually a decent call. Is there any volumes? Yeah. Earnings play. So post-market of yesterday. Not too shabby actually on that. 38.64. So around here was the entry. Not too shabby, and a really nice release into that actually. So Western Union. That was not going to be my first guess on that. Another earnings play from post-market, another good one. And of course, you got the market on your side to help with these. So not too shabby. EW, another one. These entries aren't, that's 3 entries that were decent. None of them above 10% on the downside seem to have the uptick rule to fight with, actually. Interesting. I don't suspect we're going to find any kind of bounce play. And then I track this every day pretty tightly since I created it, and at the end of April, the beginning of May. And what I did here is it's just a compare count window. I'll just open it up real quick. And in the configure, the green data is looking at stocks making new highs on the day. I got to be above $5. They have to have traded 250,000 shares on the day. They got to have a market cap of, 50 million? Yeah, market cap of 50 million or better. And an average daily volume over the last 3 months of 75,000. Sorry, not making a new high on the day. They have to be making a 30-day new high. Now, that does include weekends here, all right? But it's got to be making a new high over the last 30 days, including weekends. And I did the same thing on the red data here. So, again, it's a 30-day low, including the weekends, and then the same filters here. And essentially what I was trying to do is get, a scope of stocks making new monthly highs or lows, essentially. And I mean, I've only seen this above 50% like a handful of times in the last couple of months. And when we were running up through spring and the end of summer, I was seeing it a ton more. So you just can't help it. These are, the little things, especially in my swing trading, trying to find risk on, risk off type of stuff. The few swing trades I've taken over the last several weeks, I mean, I'm exiting them almost the next morning, really, on the opens, sticking limit orders in and trying to get every penny out of them I can. There's just no edge to hold overnight right now, at least not for me. The closest would have been in Energy XLE. XLE. If I could type, that would be awesome. There you go, Christopher. Closest would have been Energy, here. But after the end of the summer, when the market started to roll over a bit, even this got really choppy, right? No clear edge there whatsoever. It's been a day trader's world for me, and I'm not a great day trader. I am not a great day trader. Let me check that Schwab out again here. So real in the main room before was mentioning Schwab on a double top 5-minute chart breakdown. There we go. I broke down now. I keep an 8 EMA on my intraday time frames, and you can see it's broken down under that 8 EMA, and it looks like it's been pinned down for several bars here now, and doing the same thing again here, and a possible red bar ignore forming here on that 5-minute chart as well. So just looking even more bearish on that here. That's one of the interesting things to note is, look, the thing is up still, 3 and a little more than 0.75% on the day here. No real strong opening bar, consolidates for grinding its way higher here, right? So, I mean, if the market continues weakness and this gets weak, right, a lot of room to the downside here on this. Really great call reel, as usual. Sam, I have an IB account. I don't much use it as my main account. I do some, well, I'm not doing anything in it really much right now, but I do some light swing trading in it. It's a cash account. I do my heavy lifting with Thinkorswim now, or have for some time. If you ask me what's the best, I can give you goods and bads about all of them, essentially. So I think, if you're trying to learn a platform, Thinkorswim probably has a better learning center for learning it. IB Trader Workstation, I think they're great. They're also their customer support is less than stellar. Thinkorswim I've usually had pretty good rapport on the times that I've needed them for something. Am I much of a chart trader? That's all I trade is off charts. I don't know jack about fundamentals. Everything is about charts. Price and volume is what I care about the most. I'm not huge into chart patterns, but I certainly pay attention to them. It's nice when you start to get confirmations in different ways. I am big into fractal patterns. I like to see when things are fractal on multiple time frames. Christine MEP has been a nice swing trade for me the past few days. I wish I hadn't sold so much of it. That's the way it always works with trades like that. Let's take a look at the MEP chart. Is when it's a winning trade, you never have enough. When it's a losing trade, you always have too much. So let's see, energy. Interesting that it's energy and it has taken such a tumble, actually. So what is it? That is not what I wanted to click. What in the world of energy are you? Acquisition, management, ownership, clean energy. That's why. Interesting. Clean energy and headquartered in Juneau. Why I say that's interesting is PBW is your clean energy index here. And it would be tough to find a worse performing index over the last couple of years here. Zoom out on this chart here. So, topping back out here, the beginning of 2021, when you could say that was the winding of the COVID stimulus, the beginning of the unwinding of the COVID stimulus bubble here. And, the thing is just how many dead cat bounces, and also the definition of a falling knife here. So on clean energy. And I think that's mirrored slightly, but not perfectly, in the TAN, which is going to be your solar stock index. And what I say by mirrored slightly, but not perfectly. Or what I mean by that is, I'm trying to scroll back here on the channel a little bit. Any day now. What we'll eventually see here is a top out, but that's not the top out, but a consolidation for a bit, and then the bleed out that happens before really coming undone here the last several months. All right, for whatever reason, you just want to fight me today, chart. So anyways, solar be part of clean energy, and the other one, although I don't really, there we go. That's what I wanted to illustrate this back here. Again, topped out towards the beginning of 2021. We sneak a look back here on that chart, right? And came undone, but it didn't, fall quite the same as the PBW did here. We had some bigger bounces that really kind of chopped you apart if you were a believer in solar stocks, right? Before really starting to get this fade and then a big breakdown here at the end. And again, another one to look at similar is lithium ion here, or lithium stocks, LIT. Be the index on that. And again, it's going to very similar look to the two charts that we just went over. Not exactly the same, but again, we're going to top out here at the beginning of 2021, right? Before starting to really, right, or the end of 2021, I'm sorry. Not the other ones are the beginning of 2022. It was really topped out at the end of 2021 before starting to really come undone. This one I'd say is closer to the PBW breakdown. Oh, I think when you say chart trading, Sam, I misunderstood you. If I'm using buy sell buttons off the chart, no, I trade within the brokerage, like Barry does. If I use Brokerage Plus on occasion when I'm using that Cash IB account, but I don't have a big need to, because I'm not day trading it through it like that. So I don't use the chart buttons much. No, I mean, I've experimented with them to have a fairly decent handle on them, in case I have to troubleshoot anybody or teach someone. But that's it. Sorry, that was a misunderstanding on my part there, Sam. And sorry, I see some other stuff coming through. He might have something that's blocking it. I'm not sure. I never paid attention enough to Barry's screen. I mostly like to listen to Barry. He's always dropping some nuggets that I like to listen to. So I don't do a whole lot looking at his screen. I've got a lot going on my screens here with everything that I got to do. That was in reference to Shorty Gray. Yeah, sympathy bounce there, Christine. I'd call that. Yeah, sympathy bounce. But hey, listen, hook or crook, as long as you got a trading plan and you're executing it, it don't matter whether your trading plan is. There's plenty of people that do well with bottom fishing. I'm not one of them. I do not like to bottom fish. Not for trading, anyways. And even on the investing side, I had some close personal people to me that were like, "Oh, what do you think of Disney? It's so beaten up, and and it's a company. It's been around forever, and like it's got to be a buy here." And I think they were asking me that somewhere around here, and I said, listen, I don't care for the chart personally. I don't like when I see this stuff going on, and yeah, I know it came shooting out of a cannon there, but that just didn't have me convinced of anything. But making these lower highs consistently and these lower lows consistently, that wasn't convincing of a trend change to me. And Disney has since gone on to do this, and they never ended up buying Disney. And of course, they're like, "Glad I talked to you." And I said, I'm not advising anything. I'm just saying, don't just go buy a stock because because have a real reason and a reason why you're exiting that stock up and down. It's because a stock is historically, played well or done well, or a company's done well, and now looks beaten up. That is not a reason to go buying it. So that's why I don't like bottom fishing. These are reasons why I don't care for bottom fishing. The real reason is because I didn't have any success in it and I lost money. That's the real reason. So has SRRK still hanging at that $10 level? Amazingly enough. EDR. Did I even look at this stock today? It's won enough of these races here. Interesting. No earnings. Amusement and theme park. Is that what you actually are, though? Event experiences. Owned by Sports Properties.
SRRK.
Events, experience, rights, and representation segments. I have no idea what any of that means. New York Fashion Week. Hyde Park Winter Wonderland. You get the Bryant Park Winter Wonderland shortly here. Anyways, that's pretty interesting. Did they get bought by someone? They must have, right? This news tab's got anything here. Yep, Silver Lake takeover. So there you go. There you have it, sports fans. And there goes SRRK setting off that price alert again. It's captured itself back over this 8 EMA on a 5-minute chart, but again, got high data to contend with, and what do we say, 1035, topping out somewhere in here. Yep, 1035, high from back in March. Nevertheless, I'm gonna keep an eye on it. When we look at SOXS here, I mean, this is probably starting to find itself a nice trend here intraday. Oh, that's a horrible drawn line, Chris. That's better. Finding itself a nice intraday trend there, really extending off the VWAP. And of course, that's going to be mirrored by the SMH breaking down, or the SOXX. As well, breaking down. I think the SOXS is more of a mirror, supposed to be more of a mirror of this, but birds of a feather. Is the IWM broken down? And anybody with questions, throw them in, or just general market talk or anything like that. Listen to me drone on here. Sorry, I don't have a whole lot to. I ain't got a whole lot to comment on that, especially for the main room, that you guys don't already know or discussed. So IWM's just gone negative here a short bit ago. Oh yeah, Sam, that's a good question. So I created for you all a watch list of these sectors here. These are the ones that I'm looking at. So if you, this is for anybody that might want it. So if you go to new and open a new top list, right? And this is how I have mine set up. You can of course do whatever you want. I've set up my default top list to be kind of blank, basically. So I have no filters in here whatsoever. And then on my sort, I'm sorting on the change from close. If you don't have that as an option, come to search and type in change from close, and you'll get that. And change from close percent is what I'm sorting on. You could do this. You could sort any way you want. Go ahead and click on that and go sort by. All right. And then if you come to the symbols list tab here, go to, let me get rid of these and clean this all up a little bit here. You can right click and get rid of any symbols list that might be there. You go to add list, look for, forget what I called it. Give me 1 second. I think I called it sector analysis users guide. RS. Yep. So sector analysis users guide. Go ahead and click on that. Put a check mark in there. And then on the drop down list, make sure it's set on only the following. Press OK. Give it a name, whatever you want to call it. And voila. You will have this here. Now, the reason why these two look different is because the display sort is different right now. I'm display sorting on position and range from the year. If I double click the change from close column, like you can see it's indented here. Now you see it's indented here. We're going to get the same thing. Oh, one other thing you're going to want to do with this. I'm sorry, I didn't mention it before. Right click the scan again, go back into the configure, go to exchanges, and make sure you check the BATS, the BATS, because some of these trade on that, and you'll see here VXX on both of those is the leader. Everything else is the same. The color scheme is a little different between the two of these for whatever reason. I don't know. This is how it's defaulted to be in this one. And that's it. As easy peasy as that. I can, of course, share that out if you like. But always good to understand how to use symbols lists and do things like that. You can create your own symbols lists, or you can add other symbols lists here too. You know, you go tools, options, not options, sorry, tools, symbols lists, and you can create a new symbols list here. And you can have multiple. You can have a scan look at multiple symbols lists here. So, for example, I wanted to add, I don't know, whatever's in here. I want to add a what am I looking for? Something. If I wanted to add Andy's Trader's Eye, for example, it's in here. Bang. You could add that, put a check mark in there. Now it's looking at that sector analysis list and the Trader's Eye, or any list that you create. And your list that you create will say personal in them. So, for example, like if you create the symbols list, it's going to say personal. Let's see if I can find one that says that. So 401k, personal. So this is why I was tracking my 401k positions here. I have a global sector list and a global ETF list here. So I could add that if I wanted to, right? So now I'm looking at not just the U.S. sectors, but here's a look at some world ETFs here. So you've got Qatar, however you pronounce it. We've got, what's EPOL? Is that Poland? Can't be that easy, right? It is Poland. What do you know? Interesting. It's going to be your Mexico here, EWW. There's Brazil, EWZ, right? Anyways. Perfect. Excellent, Sam. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. Sorry, just noticed some stuff coming here on the YouTube side. Chris, how do you manage price alerts? I have this price alerts here. I have a price alerts window. It's just on another screen. That's all. So I had it set. I had a price alert set at 10:10. It's taking that out. It's actually moved off on to high of the day here. So that's all. I use my price alerts for my day trading. As the morning sets up, the first 15 minutes, looking at stuff that's coming through the races, clicking on charts, seeing if there's anything that interests me at all in those charts. I start setting price alerts on them. At the end of the day, I'll kill all these price alerts here at the end of the day. I'll, click highlight and delete them all at the end of the day. We could go through this list here and we can see nothing's done anything out of what I was looking at earlier. A whole lot of nothing. In fact, double top. Same thing here. The only one that's really working out of this is SRRK. That's it. Everything else does not look great. MPW, early on looked like it was strong. Pulled back, bounced, and has since faded and gone back under the $5 level. So I was looking at this here. I didn't have conviction in this. When it pulled back here, I just didn't have conviction to get in that here, given what the market looks like. Just didn't seem reasonable. So that's Caruso. That's how I got that there. That's how I detected it. I was on it from earlier in the day. Question. I finally created an alert scan, and now I want to change the colors around, column background, etc. I go into properties and the colors, mix selections, and the color never changes. So we can illustrate this here through this top list. It's going to be the same thing. So if we go to properties, colors, you can change the color scheme in here. The colors are based on the filter you select, right? So you got to note that part of it here in that, right? And then you set the numbers on the colors in the color scheme, right? So, for example, I've got, 10% or more is at this level here. And you can add we can add things to this here. We can flip the colors. There you go, right? And select a different color scheme instead here, right? I can click on these and then I can change the value. So this is, let's say 6%. I want to type 6% is that, right? So I'm editing that now, So I'm editing out through here, these different, numbers that are in there. And then the other thing you can do is you can click on, not every one of them, but you click on headers and go with custom colors inside the header. So I could change from close. Actually, that's a bad example since it's what I'm sorting on. I do the volume here today. Give it a custom look here like that. Right. And now you can see that I've changed that color scheme and that like that there. Okay, so hold on, let me pull up an alert one. I don't think I have any alert windows open. I don't really run alert windows. Let's just pull up any old alert window file. No idea what I'm going to get here. So what this is doing here, and this part of it is, if each alert type has a color scheme to it already. So bearish alerts are going to come red, bullish alerts are going to come like that. So if you want to change the backgrounds in this here, you have to do what I just showed. Actually, click on the column headers, and you can change your column headers to be custom on what you want there. So now you see I've changed the volume one there. Sorry, I forgot that was different in alert windows. My apologies. But like you see the alert type here. So, new lows, that's the alert type that's in the scan. Making moves down, there's that. I mean, I can change that here to, I don't know, let's go with yellow. And so you can see, or can't see, how that changed that alert type that's like that. For the backgrounds of these, you have to change those individually. So, if I want to change price here, again, find a color scheme I want to go with. You know, again, you can edit these numbers here inside the color scheme. And there you go, like that. But yeah, as far as the alert window itself, I'm sorry, my apologies. I forgot that that was different. That had to be handled differently there. I think if I missed anybody's questions or comments or anything, please let me know. I circle back for you. I never try to miss someone on purpose or dodge a question if I don't know. I'm happy to say I don't know, and I'll find an answer and get back with you on that. So when you click on a column, you go to custom colors, and you click on a different color scheme, and you press OK, nothing changes. It's for someone in the YouTube room here. Good Lord, that's messy. Gotta, like I said, go ahead, click on a column. You can't change time. So time, type, and symbol are set in stone. Well, type isn't set in stone necessarily. It's you change that through this here. You go ahead and right click any of these columns and you click on custom colors and you click on any one of these schemes here and you press OK, you should see results.
SRRK.
QQQ. I don't even know what the 200 is on that. Let me add that indicator real quick. Simple moving average, 200. Let's change that color to something I can see a little better. With a nice green. I like green. Add. There we go. Oof. Yeah, I think we're gonna come and shake hands with the 200 on that. I'd go with we're shaking hands. I don't see any reason it won't. Will it? I have no idea, obviously. We do not have a phone support there, my friend. Our phones are for the billing department.
Yeah.
But if you shoot me an email to here, I may have another solution for you. And if anybody asks why we don't have phone support, is I attempted to do it. Then I proceeded to have people calling and swearing at me nonstop. And I said, that's it, no more. I'm not going to take people's abuse. Regardless, or contrary to popular belief, I am a human being with feelings. So I attempted to do it out of the graciousness of my heart. And I was used and abused. And I said, we're turning the phone back off. So what was the level you were saying if we were going to touch the 340 level here? But like I said there, if you shoot me a you shoot me an email through that there, I'll see what I can do to help you out. So there's the 340 level. I mean, they're almost sitting on each other anyways. His vacuuming, yeah. So yeah, 338.94 is at 200. So yeah, yeah, I think they're gonna shake hands. I do think they're gonna shake hands.
Mr. Varley.
Yes, sir.
Well, I can't listen to you because you're coming in. Not that I don't want to hear you double, but for some reason I'm getting an echo on my end. I think what happened is that this morning I had a problem with the chat portion of YouTube, and I had to reload it. I couldn't post anything. I was getting an error, and I think that's what's happened. So
Okay.
anyway, you can go now if you'd like.
You got it. I'm ready if you're ready.
Okay, let me just make sure I can grab the screen. Okay, I've got the screen going. And and then the other screen, of course, you've got the other screen going also, don't you, in the other room?
But I don't see you in the other room now.
You what?
So I don't see you in the other room, period. Oh, there it is. Interesting. All right, I stopped my screen sharing and your screen came up. But I don't see you when you talk. I don't see you coming through the other room. Now it says nobody's presenting. So first thing I'm going to do is shut down the YouTube side of things. So folks on YouTube,
I'm just sharing my screen now. I'm just sharing my screen.
Yep. Now I see your screen over there.
Okay.
Folks on the YouTube side, thank you kindly. Again, shoot me that email, and I'll see if I can't find you another solution here for helping you out there. And I'll leave that there on that. So let me shut down the YouTube side. That's all yours now, Barry.
Okay, let me see if I can post. Yes. Okay, thank you, Chris. Thank you for really. Now you do. Now you do. Yeah, okay. Okay, cool. Thanks a lot again for taking over both rooms. That's really nice of you. And of course, on Thursday, taking over for Steve. I do appreciate that. So, are you out? I guess you're out. Okay. Okay, guys, let me get my music going. So Marius, I don't know. You'd have to fire the your Cloud Link. I mean, is it possible that it's set for only only show one alert? Like the option that you can only show the one time it has an alert. It doesn't make sense. And if you problem is you can't put the Cloud Link in the YouTube room. You'd have to come into the main room, and I can take a look at the Cloud Link. So if you can do that, then I can take a look at the Cloud Link. Problem is, unfortunately, you cannot paste things in the YouTube room. So this is if you're willing to come into the main room, and then you can give me that scan that you're saying you got one alert at 9:38, and then nothing after that. Okay, there's probably a reason. You're just not aware of it. So if you can come into the main room and give me the link, I'll certainly take a look at it. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm out of everything now, guys. Shoot, I had a short of Uber and I got out before my break. Shoot. I had a short of Uber. Where was my short of Uber? At 40 70, right around here. But You know, at 12 o'clock, I said, you know what, I better get out of it. And then right after that, look at this. Oh, well. Now, remember before I left, talking about silk. Classic reason why I don't try to anticipate SILK. So remember, I have an alert set right down there. I was, my bias was that if it took out this area down here, I would short it. But you see the blue line there is not, it's still a blue line. It did not turn green, which means it did not trigger. But look what happened. It bounced. Okay. So it's one of the things I don't do. Part of call up my trading plan is that I don't anticipate that something's going to happen. I let it happen. If it doesn't happen, then I just walk away. And in this case, I mean, this case would have been a nice little bounce play. Well, both you can get tech help, but the problem is, Marius, is that unfortunately in the YouTube room, you can't paste a link. Okay. Well, no, it's a combination. I mean, well, we're not, I mean, we don't teach trading. I mean, I mean, remember what Trade Ideas is. We can teach you how to, understand how to use the program, but you still have to have a trading plan, your own trading plan. But the problem is for me to look at the reason why it's not happening the way you think it should in that alert window, you have to come in. Oh, no, no, you're not interrupting. Not at all. Not at all. If I'm in a trade and I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, if I'm in a trade and it needs 100% of my concentration, I'll let you know, but that's not typically the issue. But you have to come into the main room so I can take a look at the scan that you've got because it will not unless you go to well, I think Chris told you to, right? Go to support at trade-ideas.com and you can paste the link there, or you can come right into the trading room, and then you can post the link in there. I can take a look at it. Well, if you say you know how to trade and you trade well, then you should have some kind of a setup then that you've been using. And the idea then is to try to duplicate it in a trade idea scanner, I guess. I mean, if you say you know how to trade and you're trading well, I mean, now it's possible we don't have a scanner set up for you. I mean, that is possible. Okay, guys, let's see, anything else coming? Well, that the CMCSA 104 showed up on my option scanner, 3883, and it popped actually. So look at not, I thought it was Monsanto. This is not Monsanto, but Altria. Yes, you make cigarettes, die, die. Okay, well, maybe I'll just show you how you load a scanner, Marius, okay? Now, are you using our downloadable application or are you using the web-based version? In other words, does you have a toolbar that looks like this? Oh, I just need an answer to that question. That you're using our downloadable application. If you're on the web-based version, I'll have to make a switch. I'm pretty sure you're using our downloadable application. Can you answer though? So I know, and then I'll show you. Okay, so you're using the download. Okay, so you notice I put my link in. Okay, so when you click on my link, and then here, and you'll be at the top, and here are my scans. Okay, so this is an example of how to load a scan from my home page. You click here. So here are my scans. Let's just pick one. Okay. I'll pick the momentum scan that you see here, Momo. So when you click on it, it says open scan, so click on the open scan. When you do that, a new tab will show up. Okay. And you can see there is the string right there. Oh, can you see all that? Doesn't matter, 64-bit. I'm talking about you're using the downloadable application, not the web-based version. But can you see what I did? Okay, so you see how when I clicked on the link, I'll do it again. Okay, I just want to start again. Okay, so here's my home page. So you've got the home page link in. That's easy enough. You click on that. This is what you should see. You click on the scan section, click here. I'm going to pick this momentum scan. It says open scan. When I click on it, a new tab is going to show up here. Okay, so here it is. There it is. There is the string. If call it the string, okay? The link, the cloud link. I'm going to highlight it. Highlight it, highlight it, highlight it, dragging, dragging. It's all highlighted now. And control C, so I'm going to copy it. Copied it. Okay, now I copied that string. Then I go from the toolbar, File, Load from Cloud. And if you notice, excuse me, in the box right there, it's the same string. See, it ends in C054. See, it's C054. So that is the same string. Now, if for some reason this box is blank, just paste it in. Control V, so it's pasted in. But I would say that 99.999% of the time, if you've copied this link, and then when you file load from cloud, this will appear right there. And then you just load it. Then just load it. Here it is. So let me know if you could do that. Well, don't go to create. You're not creating it. I created it for you. You don't have to go to create. So again, my homepage link, scan section right in the middle. Click here. I'll do the pre-market actives up. It just says open scan. Click on open scan. A new tab will show up. Or tab will be up here. Here it is. Here's the string. Okay, and you just highlight it and copy it. Control C will copy it. The basic computer stuff, right? Control C copies it, and then File, Load from Cloud. And there it is again. See in that box, that is exactly the same as this up here. And then load it. There it is. Okay. Well, just do what I did. Okay. I'm not. Oh, well, okay. Well, Marius, you started off by saying I couldn't even get your pre-made scanners to load last night. So that's what I was trying to show you, how to load my scanners. Don't, well, just follow what I did. Okay, for the first question you had was you couldn't get my scans to load. I don't care what video you're looking at. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't know the video that you're looking at. I was just demonstrating. It's pretty simple if you follow what I did. Oh, okay. So now you don't mean my you're talking about a trade ideas scan. Okay. All right. I thought when you said your with big capital, I thought you meant like mine. I don't know where the pre-made scans that you're talking about are. You talking about like if I click on an alert window or right click and I click on configure and then these scans here that pop up like the bullish strategies, all these scans, the bearish strategies, all these scans, is that what you're talking about? Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. You can do that too. Okay, well, let's pick one. Just pick one. Okay, let's go new highs on double relative volume. So you click on it. Okay. And here's what it's looking at. Price is greater than $1. Average volume, daily volume is 200,000 shares. The current volume is 2. Load the settings. Just a minute. Okay, so yeah, I just wanted to make sure. I haven't done that for so long. Get rid of my Momo. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, okay? Give me a moment, Marius. Well, look at the EDR. It's actually moving a little bit, isn't it? Even though it's a pseudo bio merger. Okay, so let's do this again. So, if I right click and configure. It takes a little while sometimes. Okay, and right click, configure. Come on. Hmm. I hope we're not having the same. No, there's some alerts coming in. Right click, configure. It's just taking a while. Ah, there we go. Okay, so right click configure, and here you are. Here are the strategies. So you want to pick a bullish strategy. Okay, so explode it, and here they are. I'll do the same thing. New highs on double relative volume. You click on it. You see what it's looking for. Load the settings, and then say okay. And here it is. Okay, here it is. You probably didn't load the settings or something. Now I understand what's happening. It's overwriting my Momo. That's okay. Okay, and then you just repeat for the ones you want. Now, if you don't want to overwrite something, then I guess you probably should go new alert window. So you don't want to overwrite a scan you've already got. But at any rate, now you understand. Well, if I went new alert window, just give me a moment, new alert window. So here's a new alert window. Start from scratch. So a new alert window. So it's not going to overwrite the one I was in. So a new alert window, start from scratch, load the settings. Okay, so now it's empty. Now it's empty. You don't have to go into summary. Just load the set. Now it's empty. Now you can go into the bullish, pick one, new yearly highs. You can take a look at what it looks like, load the settings. Okay. Okay. So I think the set you might have been missing. If again you click on new, you want to start from scratch, new alert window, and then start from scratch and then load the settings. So now there's nothing in there. Now you can go through this, pick whatever you want, up 50 cents in the last 5 minutes with a volume spike, load the settings. Okay. Okay. Well, you see, well, I don't know what else to say. I mean, you see what I demonstrated right on the screen. Here are the columns. Here's the data coming in. Take a look at some of these. Up 50 cents or more in the last 5 minutes on a big volume spike. Maybe this is a good one. I don't know. And then, of course, when you have it, then you can go in and configure it the way you want it. Otherwise, you might want a different price range, or you want to put in a price range. It's up to you. Minimum volume, things like that. And that's with any scan. My scans, any scan that you've loaded from the bullish strategies that we have pre-made. I don't think you have to select the columns because if you're loading a scan from there, those columns will automatically be put in. Wow, this Altria group, wow, 43.39 now. From yesterday, guys, IGT was, I don't think it was an earning. Yeah, no, it's on an earnings play. It's coming up. But look at the down day, big down day yesterday, another big down day today. Of course, market is not helping at all. Look at this market. NAS is down 240, Dow's down 220, SPY's down 5. Well, it's funny because I do remember when the SPY hit around 380 maybe. Yeah, 380. And that was sort of the end, right? This was going to be the end. It had tried to rally a little bit, but then there was a big down week, and then that week looked bad, and then we had a massive rally from there. Okay, I'll do this. I have to do a video soon, but let me just do a brand new alert window from scratch and add columns, okay? So a brand new alert window. I'll show you how I'll build an alert. I start from scratch, load the settings. Okay, now window specifics. Let's put a price range in 1 to 100. Volume today, minimum 200K. Relative volume 2. I'm just going to make it super simple. Okay. Click on the summary and you see how this has been added. Okay. That's what now go to columns. Some of them are already here, but if I want to add, the volume today, click it over, the relative volume, you can just kind of pick and choose the columns you want. Okay, even if you're not using a column as a filter or anything like that, you can still add any one of these as you want to put the earning. Like, let's see if it's an earnings play. Okay, and you just go to this and you just left click and it'll go over. Just highlight what you want, left click it, and it'll move over. And then if I click OK now, I need an alert though. Because remember, this is an alert window. So say new highs, click on the new highs. Now say, okay. So here we go. So now I should have given it a name. I should have given it a name. Jeez. I would have given it a name of some sort. Otherwise, it'll just say edit me. But here it is. So there are the columns. I added volume today. I added relative volume. I added earnings date. But what the only other step I should have done is given it a name. In the summary, I'll just call this test. There you go. No, I mean, you can have multiple alerts if you want. I typically only have one alert per window, but if you want to add alerts, configure, select alerts. So here, or you could do a search. I mean, here are all the different alerts that we've got. If you want to, you can pick and choose or search. You can search if, see if we've got the alert. But you can add as many alerts as you want, but understand that you may get overwhelmed by alerts. Because alerts are what we call OR functions. So right now I've got the new high in here. Okay. But if I picked, I don't know, high relative volume. So that's an OR. So if all the filters are met and the stock makes a new high and it has a high relative volume, I'll get an alert. I'll also get an alert for a new high. I could get an alert for any one of these. Okay, if I have them in there, running up now, running down now. But you may get a lot of alerts. So I mean, it's up to you. I typically only have one alert per alert window, but it's completely up to you. And you can have almost as many filters as you want. Of course, the more filters that you add and whatever values you put in the filters, you're going to restrict the number of stocks you're going to see, which is okay. This is kind of what I do here. My 10-day daily breakout, my 10-day daily breakdown. The breakdown, of course, a lot more active today because of what the market's doing. This one, not too active because, again, the market's down. So Marius, That the problem I have is you have to come into the main room and give me the cloud link. I cannot tell you why unless I saw the cloud link. And unfortunately, you cannot paste it in YouTube. Okay, guys, I'm gonna do my video now. What time is it? It is 1:26 or so, 1:27 now. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute and I'll do my video now. I'll be back in certainly should be less than 10 minutes, but just in case. So 1:28 now, so say 1:38. I mean, it shouldn't take that long, but just in case, as I always say, technical difficulties, you never know. So 1:38 Eastern time, hopefully earlier. Okay, I'm back. Okay, let's take a look at this link. There are two windows there. So it's a dock. Okay, should be okay. So OTC float runners. Okay, let's take a look at what you've got here. I see one that just showed up. So you certainly have enough alert windows, or sorry, alerts. So you've got a lot of filters in here, a lot of filters. Okay, that it's probably could easily restrict. Remember, I was saying the more filters you have, the less the number of alerts you're going to get. And I can't really tell. I mean, you have a lot of filters in here, and I think that's probably what's blocking it. You're not getting a lot of different alerts. If I do a history of this, all right. Well, these are the alerts. So the reason I see the last one, these are the alerts that you should. So PXMD showed up a few times. Every time it kept, meeting one of your filter. See, this is what I mean. You get a lot of alerts, different alerts. SFR should have showed up, but it looks like only two symbols, SFR and PXMD, met all those filter requirements. That I mean, understand. Look at all the filters that you've got in here, and the values. So I mean, I can just sort of say, I mean, that's the reason why you're not going to get a lot of alerts. It's probably working exactly the way it's supposed to, but you're just not, but your filters are pretty tough. Okay. I mean, you want more alerts, you're going to have to, either delete some of these filters, delete some of these filters, I guess. I don't think you didn't create this, did you? You actually took this from something? Okay. All right, guys. Just looking to see if I want to do anything. I am out of everything right now. Huh. I guess this was a SPAC, right? FRBN. Yeah, another one of these SPACs that went crazy. Another one just, dropping. Oh, another, yeah, another earnings play. I wish I were in this one. MO, what a great, just a great, well, or IGT, pick it, pick whatever one you want. I mean, almost like that. Problem is, we're in chase mode now, some of these things, but this market just doesn't want to go up today anyway. Okay, guys. I can't chase it. I won't chase it. I won't chase it. I won't chase it. Look at this weekly chart. Look at this MO. I mean, 4032 was the next low looking left. It's broken through that. So Marius, did you understand what I was saying? Does it kind of make sense why you're not getting very many alerts? October 31st. Okay. Well, it's not that's next week. 31st is Tuesday. Okay. So Marius, did you not see what I obviously you didn't see what I was showing you. I looked at the link. Why don't you just stay in the why don't you just stay in the room, in the main room? Okay, I'll do this one more time though. Did you not hear my explanation about why you're not getting any alerts or many alerts? Did you not hear? Just answer yes or no. So I understand where I can start again. Well, no, I suggested you just stay in the main room, because it's a lot easier. Well, it doesn't matter what room you're in, okay? It's just, here is the link you gave me, okay? I opened it. Maybe you didn't hear me. Doesn't matter what room you're in because you can hear me in both rooms. But I explained why I think you're not getting any alerts. Stay here. Okay, Marius, there. Stay there, right here, okay? You see where I just posted? Stay there. Okay. Now, did you not hear my explanation about why you're not getting a lot of alerts? And you can get out of the other room. You don't because if you have me on audio in both, you'll get an echo. But did you not hear the explanation about why you're not getting a lot of alerts here? If you didn't, just say no, I didn't. Exactly. Too many filters. I mean, you've got this is I mean, it's not just the number of filters, but some of the values you've got in here. You'd be hard pressed to get. I mean, you got one. I think you got two today that met all of these filter requirements. Okay, you got a lot of filters in here. Yeah, it's not. It's unlikely that you're going to get a lot of alerts. I think when I did a history, you got two. Now, don't ask me what to take out. I mean, this is not my strategy or anything like that. But if you start taking out some of these filters, you will get more alerts. So that's the reason. Your main question was, how come I'm not getting any alerts, or I only got one alert, or that's the reason, as Pepe is saying also. Okay? Yeah, and as Pepe is saying, I mean, I'm hoping you know this, but just for other people too. These are all ands. Price has to be between a penny and 98 cents and the dollar volume and over and over again. These are ors. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high or a pre-market high, or you'll get alerts. These are all and. So it's pretty tough, to satisfy all of these filters. You guys are talking about ABVC. You mean halted on the way down? Okay, well, that's, you're looking for new highs and pre-market highs, and after that, there was no high relative volume or 1 minute volume spike. It wasn't running up now. You said it went down. So, I mean, that's the reason. But the main thing, Marius, is you've got way too many filters in there. I can't tell you which ones to take out, but you've got way too many filters in there. You can't expect to get, any alerts. Well, the block trade alert is one of those kind of special ones. Okay. It does require what, 20,000? I don't use it, but most of the filters, I think is it what, 20,000? If you click on the help, and we've got a new help menu, which I don't like, but 20,000 has to be at least 20,000 shares. This is one of this is you pick the most of the filters. You have a min and a max box, okay, and you can put anything you want. This is a special one that it has to be at least a 20,000 share block. But most of I can't think of another filter. You can put whatever price range you want, whatever minimum volume you want. This is just you happen to pick on one that actually has something that says, well, you know what? Unless it's at least 20,000, we're not going to. With regards to ABVC, how can I get triggers at 8 a.m. Eastern time with alerts? So, okay, now it's a question in our YouTube room. Peter asking a question in our YouTube room. All right. I'm not big on alerts in the pre-market, but I will show you. Oh, I see. Just a minute. I've got a red Just give me a moment. Okay. So Peter, this is what now. Okay, at 8 a.m. Let's take a look at 8 a.m. Yeah. So, well, this is an 8:30 candle. Yeah, I'm getting an overload here, guys. See it's red. Usually it'll never be green for me, but usually it's orange. So I've got to let my computer settle down here. Okay, so you would not have got an alert at 8 o'clock, really. Okay, Peter. I mean, the move started. The move started at 8:30. Okay, so just to let you know, I'm looking. Even if I put a 5 minute candle, back it up a bit. Okay, there's where the move really started at 8:15. Number one. Okay, I traded this. Okay, so I saw this one around a dollar 50, a dollar 40, dollar 50, and then I got in a little after that. But how I saw it, though, I would have seen it in the pre-market actives. This is what I use. Okay, the pre-market actives. I would have seen this one right at the top. It's possible I would have seen if you want an alert in the pre-market, then you have to be using something like this pre-market high. Okay, pre-market highs. So if you do a search and you type in pre, and you see we've got pre-market highs and pre-market lows. So you could construct your alert window, with a other price range you want and minimum volume and things like that, and then your alert would be the pre-market high alert. Okay, I don't really use it. I know I have it here, but this is what I really use is my pre-market actives up and down. It's a top list, but believe me, I saw this one here as it was moving. Probably I kept hearing it here too as a, like don't forget about me. So I can give you this. I mean, if you want, you can load this. You can load it tomorrow, and I don't have it up and running once the market opens. It still is active. It's still active in that it's still running. The pre-market actives up and down are still running, but I exit this window just before 9:30, and this one I stop. I think I put a yeah, so the alerts have to happen right before the open, before 9:30. You see, so if you use the time of day filter and you put 0 in the max, that means because this is always looking at minutes after the open. So I purposely say I don't want to see anything after the open in this particular scan. You don't have to. I mean, you want to keep seeing it, that's fine. So Peter, did that make sense? Using this and this, you would have seen it right around 8:15, not at 8 o'clock because it didn't move until 8:15. Hopefully, Peter, can you hear me? I always run this problem if you ask a question, then I never know if you got me on mute or very, very difficult for me to answer a text. Oh yeah, everything you see here, everything you see here is part of our standard service, Peter. Okay, our standard service. The only thing that is not part of the standard service really is the AI. I mean, there are some other things, if you want to do extensive back testing and if you wanted more charts, things like that. But our standard program, yeah, everything you see here, everything I ever display is all part of our standard service. So you could take this, Peter, I can give this to you, and then you can customize it to your style of trading. In other words, maybe you want a different price range. All you have to do is, you can just right click on these. You'll see what I'm looking for here. If you want something different, you can just customize it more. Same with the ones on the way down. And same in the top list. You can customize it. So I can give this to you if you want. And then you can, again, customize it to your style of trading. So I will share it. Okay. There. At least I'm not red now. Wow. This FRBN. So this is the SPAC nonsense today. I am waiting, Marius. Well, the market, okay, our market, you can start getting data from us at 4 a.m. Eastern time, Peter. Okay. So 4 a.m. Eastern time. The problem is don't leave trade ideas running all night. Okay. That's an issue. It can create some data issues. So when you get up, you can load trade ideas and then you can load that one. And no, you're getting up. I don't know what time zone you're in. 4 o'clock, but 4 o'clock Eastern is AM Eastern time is when we start getting our data. Well, that one did not actually start until 8:30 Eastern. And it should never leave trade ideas running all night. I think if I can understand what you're trying to do, you want to load it so that in the morning you just start to see the data. So yeah, it's not a good idea. We've been told time and again, don't keep trade ideas running all night. You can run into some data issues. The only way something will start at 9:30 is if you use that count and have it start at 9:30. Okay. Whew, all right, guys. Well, okay, market. You're going to put a little mini move here. Okay, well, let me do it again, Marius. So I'm going to click on new. You're talking about now building one from scratch, like a brand new alert window, right? not one of the pre-configured ones. Okay. New. Copy this down. New. Alert window. Start from scratch. Click on the start from scratch. Load the settings. Okay. Now it's empty. Completely empty. Now you can start building your scan with your filters that you want. Okay. For building your scan, I'll just put a $1 and $10. I mean, I'm just going to build something. The volume K is 100,000 shares. Okay. Oops. I always like to click on the summary because it'll tell me English language what I'm doing so far. Okay. Now I got to add an alert. Remember, it's an alert window. New high. Summary. New high. Here are my filters as I build them. Columns. Price seems to, these seem to default, okay? So price is already there, but now you can, on this side, you can start to add whatever columns you want. Relative volume, and even if you're not using it as a filter, you can have the column, even if you're not using it as a filter. Okay, and then say okay. Oh, okay, then what's your question? What's your question then? And give it another name and then say okay, and that's it. Ah. Well, okay, Marius. You have to start from scratch and then yes, load settings. Okay, now you're set to go. Start from scratch, load settings. Now you're set to go. Now you can add your filters and your alerts and everything you want, and then you say okay, and that's it. So yeah, start from scratch, load settings, go. Well, Peter, if you're up at 8 a.m., okay, and just, you can have, then when you load trade ideas, you can either have that as part of your layout, what I just gave you, and it'll start, it'll start populating immediately. You'll get stuff already in the top list, the up and down for sure. Now, just to let you know, in the two alert windows in that layout that I gave you, you're going to hear the ticker red. If you don't want that, you'll hear her read out the ticker, both on the upside and the downside. Okay. So if you don't want that, if you know how to, you can go right click properties and you can go to actions. You can uncheck the play sound if you don't want to hear the ticker being read out, or you want to put another sound on it. Okay, just so you know. Okay, Peter. Well, hopefully, we'll get some good ones tomorrow too. I don't trade in the pre-market very often, but that one just attracted me. And it was late, 8:30. I mean, this was not This was not a, I didn't have, I did, I'm on the West Coast, so I don't get up at 4 in the morning. Oh, I do get up at 4 in the morning. I'm not getting up at 1 in the morning though, when our data starts coming in. Yeah, so here's WSR. I see WSR up here, Denver. Boy, one of these REITs. Boy, these REITs are just. I saw ABR, I think earlier. Well, yeah, Marius, please copy this down then. Again, new alert window. Start from scratch, load settings. Okay. Now you're set to go. So start from scratch, load settings. Now you can build your scan. I mean, Pepe is also giving you, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty simple. Start from scratch, load settings, build the scan. With all your filters, your alerts, you can pick the columns you want. I can see this has been a nice trade for you guys who are in the WDC. A little rocky at the beginning, but I guess if you persisted, yeah, great trade. How did MU do? This was the one that was rocking down with it. MU not quite as dramatic, but what is not giving up is Sava. This had a big day yesterday. I was expecting to see some report trashing their data that they came up with yesterday, but not yet. Okay, well, Marius, I'm glad you came into the main room. See how much easier it is? And then got to the bottom of that. Other earnings play, guys. MEOH. So actually, this one was pretty good. I mean, this dropped at the beginning of the day, but has basically recovered all day. I don't think it. Oh, I've got a 5-minute chart up. Just give me a moment. Get my 15 back. Yeah. So there's where it closed. They'll release earnings after hours, not spotty action. There's where it closed yesterday at 39.26, and it got down here 38. But it's been a nice recovery all day. That's okay. And you're welcome, Peter. Well, I do apologize if the video, which I've never looked at, is misleading. Yeah. See, when I started at Trade Ideas in 2010 as a customer, there was none of this. There was no videos whatsoever. There was nothing. So it was a lot of just trial and error. Yeah, the guide I think is very, I don't know where those instructional videos are, but the guide I think is very, Stephanie did a heck of a job. The user guide, you could probably have found it in the alert window section. Anyway, I'm not going to go through it. All right, guys, we've got a little wee market rally taking place, a wee one. Well, Marius, I would say this: you can make trade it is as complicated as you want, I guess. I mean, I see your issue, um, but once you have some of the basics down, I mean, again, with all the different alerts and filters, did you build that scan? Did you build the scan, or did somebody build it for? Oh, okay. I mean, I could have saved you a lot of time, and I would say you just got way too many filters, way too many. Okay, guys, give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back. So, just to let you know, this week we had we're having about 700 companies release earnings. Next week it's about 1,000. So next week will be awfully active also with respect to earnings plays. Yeah, this crazy one, this SPAC. I mean, nobody's going to get killed in this one, I hope. You got in it. You're still looking okay. In fact, did it just open? No. So this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. So you can't see the symbol, but it is the the FRBN. There's it. The halt at 47.17. Potential open 49. But you can see how it's changing. Only a bit. Okay. Yeah, I doubt if there are any if no, there are no shorts for me. I've noticed that, guys, it used to be that these SPACs used to have plenty of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I've noticed though that not anymore, not for the last few months. But back in 2018, and I'd say for at least 3 or 4 years, there were always shorts available, and they've dried up. I'm sure though, if you have Centerpoint, you've probably got shorts available. It might cost you a lot, but you do have shorts available. None at CP. You're my Mr. T, Mr. T, Mr. Two. You are Centerpoint. So are you seeing that too? Are you seeing that also, that they seem to have dried up the SPACs, shorts, even at Centerpoint? Interesting. Wonder what the explanation is. I don't know, Marty, if you're asking a serious question. I don't know. I don't know why the brokers are not allowing shorting of well, yeah, of these SPACs anymore. Now, it's I don't get the big red dot at Interactive Brokers, but I get, this contract will be available for short sale if the shares can be located. So, forget about it. Okay, so see it open. So it did not hold that 46. This could get halted on the way down now. Oh my gosh, look at the are you kidding me, Casa? You said this a few times. Questrade seems to have these obscure shorts. There's halted again now, guys. FRBN on the way down. Oh, I don't know, Marty. Then I don't know if it's a serious question. Why aren't the brokerages, most of the brokerages, not having an inventory of readily available for the SPACs? I don't know. Now look at this, 33.90. This is going to really tumble here. 33.90 halted at 41.34. Could open around this level, 33.90. Interesting, Casa. Okay. All right, guys. So William said he will keep the room, though he did say he was having internet issues. He'll try to keep the room open till, well, 4 anyway, 4:15 maybe. It's better now? Okay. Son of a, Hog is having a nice bouncer. Reminded me of Mikel, and I just took my eye off it. Right here is where I saw, that's a nice little bounce here. 26.33, got up to 26.79 before it pulled back a little bit. Interesting. Does who go on the mic, Marty? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Does he go on the mic? Who are you talking about? Oh, I see. Will Okay. No, there's nobody on the mic and there's no screen sharing. It's just a matter of, but you can go into the room. There's still traders in the room and you can converse amongst yourselves text wise. William is a big, he loves to see these post market earnings plays and he'll call them out. Well, call them out. He'll type them in. But nobody's on the mic. No. Another one that's kind of been sneaky good. RTO had the alert at 10:34, 24:55, all-time low. Remember seeing this one and then it popped up. I kind of forgot about it. This is what I'm talking about though. Come on. 10:34 RTO 24:55 was the alert. You can see there's the arrow. It popped up though, and all I had to do was just put price alert at the original alert price, and I just forgot to do it. Yeah, I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. But you're right. It is not a bad bad recovery for Mattel. MAT. Not in it anymore though. I have no idea what the consensus is in the trading room, whether they think the bottom is in or not. Boy, this takes out 20. I mean, it's obviously there's no support. Okay, RTO. No support in that it's an all-time low. So I wish this were a little bit earlier. 2402 right now. Amazon will be a big one, obviously. Amazon will be a big one. Let's see what well, I'm sure the bets are being placed right now. And you can see, yeah, I mean, Amazon with the market yesterday and even today. So this is what Pepe is saying. The Qs may have a date tomorrow with the 200-day moving average. You can see that thing is just rising, rising, rising. There are the Qs right there, rising. Let's take a look at XLK. I'm sure it's getting closer. Also, well, it's got to be getting closer. Yeah, guys, when this breaks down, and then we have communications, XLC. I'm sure it's going to look almost the same. The thing is, all these things are rising 200-day moving average coming into these prices. Hmm. So who knows? Maybe tomorrow both of those are below, and then the only one that would be above, and it's still moving down. Wow, look at XLE. It's we could have a day tomorrow if we have another rocky day that every single major sector is below the 200-day moving average. Ah, look at that flush. You're absolutely right. I'm talking too much. I was going to say, take this on a 24 break. Okay, guys, about half an hour for me. So again, in this last, well, I guess I should go over some of the things again that you can find on my homepage. But first, okay, I put the link for the test drive. So the test drive starts on November the 6th. So not too far away. It'll run through to the 20th. That is 10 trading days, okay? It'll cost you $11.11 for those 10 trading days. But again, please listen. If you can only start on the 7th, you'll get 9 days. If you can start on the 8th, you'll get the 8th, you'll get 8 days, okay? So it's not 10 days from whenever you start. This is a fixed 10-day period. If you can't make it for the entire 10 days, you'll get a portion thereof, okay? It'll cost you $11.11. It'll be just as if you are a premium subscriber, except no auto trading. No auto trading. No auto trading. So if that's the only reason why you want to sign up for it try auto trading, then don't do it. Okay. Now again, if you sign up today, what you're doing is pre-registering. Okay. So please don't bother our support people and saying, "Hey, I just signed up. Where is my data?" You got to read it. It doesn't start until November the 6th. Excuse me. Now you'll have access to the program on the Friday before, about an hour. Just a minute. Right, catching my throat here. About an hour before an hour after the market closes on Friday. Okay, so you'll have the opportunity to play around with it Friday evening and then Saturday and Sunday. Take the time to at least do the 10 or look at the 10 videos. Okay, at least do that. Don't show up not knowing the first thing about trade ideas, saying, "Well, what am I saying here? What does this program do?" Okay, so that's the test drive. When the test drive is over, it's over. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay. We only do this about 3 times a year now. So if you want to try us out, you can afford $11.11. Go for it. Ah, Because well, I have an opinion about auto trading. If I thought auto trading was the way to go, I've been trading for many, many years, I would be doing it. I just don't think it's the right way to go. And I think that, the company, even though we offer it, the only people who auto trade are probably they know what they're doing. They're used to trading. They create a strategy. They back test it. They know how to optimize and all that. It's a very tough thing to do though. It takes a lot of time. And so, to have new people come in and say, "Oh, I want to auto trade," even if you do it in our simulator, just forget about auto trading. I wish we didn't offer it. I truly do. I wish we didn't even offer it. So that's my 2 cents. Okay, let me go to my homepage link now. Okay, so if you do want to take out a subscription right now, here is the promo code to use, Barry25, for 25% off the first month only for the entire year. And I think I'm going to change the sequence I do all this. And if, to really help the room, to keep this room free, see, I can give you better. They're only offering 20%. I can get you 25%. So to keep this room free, we want to keep it free. If you at some point in time you want to take out a subscription, use my promo code. Okay, come into the room or save my link and use my promo code. Okay, that'll help to keep the room free. Trading 101. If you are new to trading or looking for a refresher, Michael Noss at TraderDiz put this series of videos together. You can take a look at that. It is free. Stock of the day video that I do is free. Trade of the week is free. I don't know if there will be one next week. Steve may say stay in cash still, but you can sign up for it. It is free. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. I should have mentioned this. So if you're taking the test drive, this is what you should do. You can even look at it right now. You can kind of look at this right now. You don't have to look at the download and install and all that, but you can look at, your introduction to scans and top lists and alert windows. So that might even make up your mind if you want to take the test drive. This program may not be what you want, but at least you can take a look at this. These are all, these are 10 videos. But if you do take the test drive, and certainly the download and install, your first startup and login, etc. At least do that. Take you about 30 minutes for the 10 short videos. Cannot manage options in Brokerage Plus. No. Questioner to YouTuber. We don't trade. We don't scan for options, and you cannot trade options in Brokerage Plus. No. And there's again the education section. So I'll click on this just so here's the user guide. You don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide. If you want, here's the getting started. If you want to learn a lot in more detail about alert windows and top list windows, price alerts, it's all here. But you don't have to learn everything in the user guide. And last, my scans. If you want my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down and here are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay. Well, we don't scan for options, Chad. So I guess that's the main reason. We don't have that. We don't have the data. This option, abnormal option activity. I mean, it's some very basic filters. Just looking at total puts and calls on it, but it's got nothing to do with expiry dates or anything like that. So I'm hearing grunt, 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 and I'm so ticked off. And if you wonder what I'm talking about, no, I'm not losing my mind, but this is my sound alert I have on this. on the 10-day daily breakdown. And it is now moved about $1 from the alert, 24.55. Now it's 23.48, and that's the RTO. Listen, somebody's asking, are we thinking about options in the future? It's been kicked around for years, so I have no idea. Okay, guys. Well, they're not my picks. If you're talking about the in the alerts, they're not picks, right? They're just stocks that were moving in the pre-market. Okay, they're not. I don't want to. I'm not trying to. Don't want to mislead anybody. They're not picks. It's not like I say, okay, trade this and trade that, and no, no, no. They're just. It's just that these are the stocks that were moving in the pre-market, and a lot of them can be followed. Steve, you gave me a really easy one. Now, you can find this in the guide, okay? But I certainly don't mind demonstrating it. So the question in our YouTube room is, how do you add sound alerts? Okay. So this is my momentum window. Okay. I don't know why the A is not there, but and it's not because I think this in this case it was because of the small borders. Okay, you were right, Pepe, as always. Okay, so if I want to add a sound alert, so you can add a sound alert to an alert window, to a multi-strategy window, to your price alerts window, and to the AI. But first things first, if I want to add an alert, a sound alert to say my alert window, I right click, properties, box pops up, actions, click on actions, and here it is. Okay, so you just got to follow the instructions. First thing to do is click on the play sound, set up the sound. Now, these are computer sounds, okay? I mean, you can do them if you want. Text to speech, pretty popular, but understand the idea of sound alerts. You put a different sound alert on your different windows. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. So I'm just trying to say, you don't want to have every single window that you have a sound alert. You don't want them all to be text to speech. Otherwise, you'll never know which window to look at. Okay. But you don't have to have text to speech, but it's pretty popular. You just click on it and then, you're one. So if I clicked on that right now, okay, and then said, okay, okay, a couple of times, and that gets attached. Otherwise, that text to speech will get attached to the alert window. Otherwise, click on the use custom sound, just click on the use custom sound and then select sound. And then these are 3 folders that we've got for you. If you click on the folder, you'll see here a bunch of sound. There's the pig sound that I use for the breakdown, my breakdown alert sound. Okay, but we have a bunch of sound alerts here. All right, here's the voices and some other sounds. Okay, so we have a bunch of sounds. Now, if you wanted to use your own sound, then there is a way. I have never done it. I mean, I figure we've got enough sounds in here to pick from. But you can create a folder, and as long as you put it in sounds into this area, so that when you click on this, you'll see your folder. I mean, you can create your own, but I don't want to get too. I think that's a little complicated, but you can do it if you want, and you know what you're doing. Okay. So that's how you create that's how you add a sound alert. And if you've forgotten already what I've said, that's okay. Because if you do click on the my homepage on the education, on the guide, and guess what? Sound alerts. Okay. So I never expect anybody to remember everything I've said. Exactly. That's why we got the guide. I think the guide is excellent. Stephanie did an awesome job at creating, text and videos. I think it's very clearly laid out. Not, I mean, creating a manual like that is it's just not easy, and especially when we have updates and things. It's got to be constantly updated. All right, guys. What is the time? 2:43. So another 15 minutes or so. And by the way, I will stay later than 3 if there are questions. It's just that 6 hours on the mic, voice gets a little raw, but that's okay. I will stick around. Nah, no, 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 Pepe. Okay, so Marius, um, the question is, how do you add channels to the channel bar? So if I click on new and then docked channel bar, right at the top here, you can create 5, okay, 5 channels of your own, okay, 5 channels of your own. So the first thing you want to do is more than likely, I mean, you don't want to just put an alert, I don't think anyway. You probably want to create a layout. Okay. So create a layout first. I mean, you can put just one scan up here, but I don't know if that's what you really want to do. So you create your layout, give it a name. Okay. And then you see where it says new channel right at the top here. If I right click and edit custom channels. Now, again, this is something that most people don't do. I would call this an advanced topic. Most people don't. I don't even. I mean, I have one, but you notice I don't change channels over the course of the day. But okay. So again, right click, edit custom channels. Now remember, you can have 5 of them. You click add channel. And I'm sure this is in the guide. Must be in the guide. And then select from cloud. And this is why I was saying, create your layout. I mean, I can't, if you definitely just want to have one alert window, or you can do it, but I think it makes more sense to create a layout and then you find it. If I wanted to put this layout, You know, I can put a layout here, I can highlight it and then select it. I'm not going to do it. And then you'll see the string in here, you'll see it there. And then you say, okay, you give it a name, input the name of your channel. You might have to do that first. Probably have to do that first and then say, okay, give it a name. And then it's in there. Okay, it's in here. So again, the step is to create your layout first. And then when you go through this, and it's going to say select from cloud, and then you can select your layout, give it a name, and say okay. And then it's up here. I only did one. I did the change from the open, sectors, change from the open. That's the only one. But that's because I don't change layouts over the course of the day. You know, so this is now the change from the open as opposed to the change from the close. I have no data on the AI. Okay, Marty, I have none. You want to get some data? You can go to support@trade-ideas.com. I use the AI like a watch list. That's all it is for me. So anyway, that's the only channel that I created in up here as a custom channel. Just remember, Marius, don't have so many alert windows though, okay? That you get overwhelmed by all the alerts you're getting. I mean, don't fall into that trap. I used to do the same thing. I have really, quite frankly, I've got about too many right now for me. But the reason being is that, you know, again, moderating the room, I'm trying to sometimes, you know, I don't get very many alerts here nor here, you know, especially when we're out of oops, especially when we're outside of earnings season. Okay. I mean, I've got a lot here. I only have a few here, but when we're outside of earnings season, you know, I will not get very many alerts in these two. So I have to have some other alert windows to keep it fresh for the room, I guess. So don't fall into that trap though and try to have so many different alert windows. Because the expression I use, you'll click like mad all day long and get nothing done. CPRX, let's take a look at CPRX from Denver. Oh, this is for news. Okay, so that was at 233. So this is still halted. Okay. Traders circulating, just like you're saying, Denver. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers. This is the headline news that I use, Interactive Brokers. Okay. Our news headline is okay, I think, if you want to check for news in the past. But if you're looking for, you know, the more current news, you know, I would find another news source, if that's important to you. Well, Marius, you can do that. You can create your doc layout, and then you can, if you followed what I was saying, you know, click on new and then doc channel bar, and then just you can add. You can have up to five of your own. Actually, Tank, I haven't seen you all day. No, actually, that was one of the ones I actually put in the stock. So computer is going crazy right now. We got 562 ms. Okay, settle down. One day there's just going to be smoke coming out of it. Yeah, the ALGN though was an earnings play. I mean, yeah, I mean, look at that, down 24%, $61. Well, I mean, if you're willing to pay, I mean, Benzinga Pro is, yeah, I mean, it's too many variables, Marty. I mean, I could click on something and I won't necessarily know what I'm going to see when I look left on a daily or a weekly chart. Okay. And I won't necessarily know what the market's doing when I click. Understand, this is all I really pay attention to. There's not that many. I mean, there are a few alerts today in the option activity scan, and because of what the market did, there were a lot more alerts in the breakdown than is normal. Normally, I don't have that many alerts here, so it's easy enough for me just to click on the alert, check it out, and make my decision. Too many variables, Marty. I could back test this. I love this. I want to see every alert in here every single day. Okay. If I back tested this, my guess is that it wouldn't be very good. And that doesn't matter to me because I don't get too many and I want to click on the alert to see what's happening. The problem with back testing is I don't have the time anymore. I mean, it's that simple. I don't want to make the time. When I stop this, I don't really don't do anything in the market anymore. And back testing takes a lot of time because what back tests well today may not back test well next week. You got to go through an optimization procedure, all sorts of stuff. I just don't have the time. Yeah, I think you said that you were going to really concentrate on trading futures, Tank, and you may be leaving us, going to the dark side of futures and maybe options. Well, let's put it this way, Marty. If you're on the mic for 6 hours and you're staring at a computer all day long and clicking like mad, I think you'd have enough. Okay, have to let the brain rest. Now, I admit I wasn't like that. I mean, even about 3, 4 years ago, no, I would be always scanning, scanning, scanning till the wee hours, getting 4 hours of sleep. And but you know what? There's more to life than trading. Look at the arm, guys. Arm is making it. You know, to wipe all this out. Yeah, I mean, there was the drop. Look after hours for ALGN from 254 down to 189. And you can see that it really, I mean, it's moved, but it really hasn't moved that much, since the massive drop. And it's not just the number. I mean, it's a 24%. Now, this is, you know, this is not a huge float either. $71, 71 million shares in the float. Certainly not a not crazy low, but give me a moment, guys. Well, you got a great name for as an opera singer, Marius de Valmont. I like it. All right, guys, I think that's my cue. That is my cue to disappear. So, guys, thank you. Thank you for all the help today, as always. William will keep the room open till probably at least 4:15, maybe 4:30. That's up to him. So I am going to put the YouTube link in the main trading room link into YouTube. So there's the trading room link. Okay. So you can head over and listen to, or not listen, but you can still talk trading or post about trading in the main room if you want. Okay, guys. Okay, I don't see any other questions, so I shall bid you adieu, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll open the room. I'll be on the mic in both rooms at 9 o'clock, but the main room will be open no later than 8 o'clock. You guys can come in. Either Chris or William opens it earlier, no later than 8, so you can converse amongst yourselves for an hour before I get on the mic. Okay, guys, that's it for me. I'm going to put myself on mute now. and stop the screen sharing. Oh, you can still hear me in the other room. Yes, in the other room, you can share clouds. Sorry, you can share cloud links in the other room. Yes, just not in YouTube because you cannot paste links in YouTube. But that's why I'm saying in the other room, which I see you're still in. Yes, you can pass around links. Okay. Okay, YouTubers, I am ending the stream now.